W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR, Martinsburg. It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Welcome out to Moo Mall Stadium here as we open up EPAC action on a Thursday night at Hedgesville High School. Spencer Dupuis joined alongside Dylan Bishop. We'll join by the third member of our crew, Colin McLaughlin, later in the show. Pregame show here. Pregame show is brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. And Dylan, we've been able to do these EPAC All Access shows going out to each school, and going out to these two schools particularly, it seems like they're ready for big 2022s.
They are. I think this is going to be a really big litmus test for who can emerge out of the middle of the pack, middle of the EPAC if you want, and who can put themselves on a tier of their own. Because once you get past Martinsburg, even Jefferson this year is kind of a question mark with the unknown factor of quarterback. So any of these teams past Martinsburg, Washington or Hedgesville, could even make a run at second place this year. Both these teams are bringing back key contributors.
Yeah, they are bringing back key contributors. We'll do a little quick dive of Washington. They were 5-5 last year, 5-5 the year previous under head coach Glenn Simpson. And when you kind of go back and look at last season, they had two games. They were really 4-4 on the field because they were forced to postpone two games or have two games postponed. One, they had a forfeit because of COVID. The other team had COVID. So they were 4-4 on the season on the field last year, but 5-5 was their record. And you saw a lot of improvement, and it all started last year, this exact time, just at Terry M. Marcus Stadium at Washington High School, where they got a 20-0 shutout of Hedgesville.
Yeah, and this single-wing offense that they're bringing back senior quarterback Joe Vrobel, and they have Rodrigo Delgado here at running back, that they're both going to be big-time athletes running the ball out on the field, and they can really control the clock and really wear down a defense. So I think they're going to be trying to do that again today. You know, last year they won 20-0. The year before, 49-0. So Hedgesville is making a run, so they're going to want to cut off that momentum as quickly as they can.
Yeah, they will. And now we'll move to Hedgesville. They were more of just a wing offense last year, but that was really by necessity. They didn't really have the system put in place, all the playbook there. You know, head coach Matt Faircloth, I believe last year, second year as the head coach, and when you look at that, I mean, they had COVID. Basically 2 years where you didn't really have great off seasons. So he kept it simple last year, and he basically just ran a hybrid wing offense, but it was more of the running style and then throwing in the passing here and there, but more passing than you would see at like Washington last year. But this year they're going to open things up. They move Levi Faircloth from tight end to right tackle. So that really just goes to show that they're more committed to being that hybrid style of a wing offense, because they're moving a guy that's, I believe, 6'7", around 300 pounds from a tight end in a wing offense. That's okay, but now you're putting him at probably his true position at a tackle.
Yeah, you're bringing back a senior quarterback in Jackson West who can, another year under the system, he can really pass the ball more than he's been able to in the last year. He's got more time under that system, learning from Matt Faircloth. And they have some extra receivers. They have Tanner Matthew coming back. DeMonte Martin, a sophomore, has been turning heads in training camp apparently. So, and a big factor in this game, Kyle Whaley at running back, inactive. So they're going to have sophomores out on the field at running back. So they may just, even by necessity, even more than they want to do for the rest of the season, pass the ball more in this game tonight.
Yeah, and Kyle Whaley is just not a factor in the running game. He's a factor as a linebacker. So now who's going to have to step up on defense? That's going to be a critical key tonight because without him, he's really good on both offense and defense.
Yeah, the key to stopping a single wing offense or any run-heavy offense is your linebackers. Those guys read and react, and having a sophomore out there instead of a guy who's an upperclassman and has experience there, it can make a difference. That half a second difference of what you read and what you react. If you step to the left, the run's going to the right, that can make a big difference, and that can turn a stop at the line of scrimmage into a 5 to 10 yard gain at least.
Yeah, it definitely can. And we'll get more into this later, but we've got to step aside for our first break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. When we come back, Colin will give you a check of the area schedule. That's brought to you by Sunset Water Services. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices. And we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. The 9-time defending state champion Martinsburg Bulldogs home opener is tomorrow night against the Salem Spartans out of Virginia. Head coach Britt Sherman says his team is locked in and ready to go.
Well, we've had a good week of practice so far and just continuing to have a good week of practice and just prepare. You know, that great program, very tough program to play, and you're just trying to get everybody ready to go on Friday night.
To be successful against Salem, here's what Coach Sherman says the Bulldogs need to do.
We've got to block, tackle, and not make mistakes. And I mean, we had 4 turnovers against these guys last year. It was a tough game last year, and they're a tough team. And so you can't make mistakes and beat good teams, and usually beat any team. So we just got to be really good at not making mistakes and just make sure that we come out and play the type of game that we know we can play.
Jefferson starts the season on the road as they head to Virginia to kick off the season against Millbrook. Jefferson is coming off a fantastic 9-1 regular season, while Millbrook is coming off a 1-9 season. Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter shared what the Cougars' game plan will be against Millbrook, who is now running a similar offense to a familiar foe of Jefferson's.
Basically what we've seen so far, and now they run a single-wing offense, so mainly the game plan is to basically shut down the run game, stop the run, don't get fooled by all the misdirection in the backfield, that they hit us with a pass, a long pass. That's pretty much the game plan right now. Offensively, we're going to see some things that we like, that favors what we do. So we're going to try to accentuate that and minimize mistakes.
The Cougars' main focus is replacing the quarterback position with Sammy Roberts graduating last year. Juniors Quentin Goins and Dylan Harrich are competing for the QB1 position. Coach Hunter spoke on what they bring to the table for his team.
Quentin has a really strong arm. He's a big kid that sits back there and can throw the ball and put every throw we needed. I think Dylan is a more of a dual threat type guy who has a lot of speed back there, who can, we can run him, get him outside the pocket, do different things with him. That gives us a different aspect of the offense.
Musselman and Spring Mills start their seasons against one another again this year. Musselman is coming off a 3-7 season, and Appleman head coach Brian Thomas says that this season will be different.
We expect to be back in the playoffs. We expect to be one of the top teams in the state. We had such a good run there for about 5. I think we had a 5-year run. We were top 5 in the state for I believe 5 consecutive years. So the expectations are high. I think we have the talent, we have the depth to win a state championship. I've thought that for years. So, I'm the type of competitive person that everything that I do, I feel like I'm going to win. And I try to instill that in the kids that we have, the players that we have. So, we ultimately, you don't want to get in the coach's cliche and say, just one game at a time, which is true, but at the same time, I want to get back into the playoffs, and we want to be playing football into late November.
Musselman's path to get to the playoffs this year will be tough. Coach Thomas says it could possibly be one of the toughest in the state.
We easily have one of the toughest schedules in the state. If it's not the toughest, I definitely think it's top 2, top 3. Playing at Spring Mills or at Martinsburg, it's not like you got to travel hours and hours down the road. So, we play Spring Mills, play Jefferson, we play Martinsburg, we play Sharando. Those are our first 4 games. None of those are far games. So, to me, it doesn't matter if we play at home. It doesn't matter if we play there. Every field's the same dimensions, the same size. We're going to line up and play the same type of football. We just got to execute.
Spring Mills is a very young team again this season. However, they are an experienced team according to head coach Josh Sims. Sims says his team is ready to go against Musselman, which they view as a rivalry game.
Obviously, your first game, you want to get started and get that positivity rolling, but when you add the fact that it's Musselman, obviously being an EPAC team, but also a rival, that definitely is an important game. It's not the end-all or be-all by any stretch, but that's definitely one these kids have circled in their calendar, from last year.
Sims is continuing to focus on building the young program at Spring Mills. To do that, he says that a lot of additions have been made all around the program.
From last year to this year, there's been a lot of changes within the program. Number one, this is this staff's first year without COVID hanging over everyone's head. We've added multiple new coaches. We got a new defense coordinator in Buddy Hessen, who's brought great intensity to our football team, has really got, brought great knowledge and experience to our defense, so we're very excited on that side of the ball. Also too, another former Martinsburg, standout, his nephew Jalen Hessen, also helping at on the defensive line, is once again brought good experience and some good youth, to our program. So we've added some new players as well as new coaches and some new uniforms. So it's one of those things where we definitely made some upgrades in the off season, and we're really excited to see how this stuff goes.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Once again, our matchup tonight is Washington at Hedgesville. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us.
When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
5. Welcome back to Moo Mall Stadium here. It's the site for the EPAC opener. Spencer Dupuy, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. And Dylan, we're going to delve into this Washington team. As we mentioned in the open, 5-5 last year, but really 4-4 on the road as they had 2 games two games canceled due to COVID. One was forfeited, the other was won because of the other team having COVID. But for the most part, COVID really behind us for the large part. I would tend to say would be a good way to say it. And full off season this summer. And all schools, all teams have benefited from this full offseason, but I think this Washington program has really been of benefit. These actually 2 teams here tonight have been big benefits as they're trying to build programs up, and in Washington here tonight seems like that what they've done this offseason, they're ready to put it to the test and take it 3 straight years from Hedgesville.
Yeah, Hedgesville as well, but Washington is a team that brings back a lot of key contributors, and with this full offseason, it is a big opportunity to build upon what you've already done. So they've gone 5-5 the last 2 years. And this is the team, again, when we talk about Joe Vrobel, the quarterback, when we interviewed him for EPAC All Access, said that he thinks this team can go 8-2. And you look at the teams that they didn't get to play, and it's possible that they could have gone 6-4 last year if they got to play all of their games. And it's an opportunity to really build upon the single wing offense and the execution of it when you bring back guys that have been running it. And you got a guy like Joe Vrobel at quarterback who's very athletic, and Rodrigo Delgado as well. Both of these guys can really run the ball, and on any given play, you don't know which one of them is going to get the ball with this single wing offense. It's a very unpredictable way for a defense to have to try to handle an offense. Even though you know they're going to run the ball, you don't know where it's going. So it's something that they've tried to perfect when they don't have really the numbers that other schools have in terms of roster size, that you use that offense to try to take advantage of it, something that teams can't really prepare for the same way they can prepare for everything else.
Yeah, and when you look at this team, you got to mention Joe Vrobel, Rodrigo Delgado. Rodrigo Delgado was really in that wing quarterback role last year. Now it's Joe Vrobel in his senior season. Rodrigo Delgado was a sophomore last year, returns as a junior. You got Chase Crutcherly as well as Orion Bartholo. They're going to be the main guys handling the ball this year, along with Brock Meadows and Travin McCord, those guys tight ends. But, I mean, when you talk about the wing offense, the ball is really going to go through one of those 4 guys in Vrobel, Delgado, Crutchley, and Bartholo.
It is. And then you look at the offensive line also. These are guys who are going to be playing both sides of the ball. Guys like Jaden McCartney and Zach Wharton and Brock Meadows, they're going to be playing on both sides, either tight end or offensive line and defensive line as well. So early in the season, it's going to be, not as much of a fatigue factor, but as the season goes on, it could be a factor that guys are playing both sides of the ball, unlike all of the schools in the EPAC. So it's something you have to watch out for. But these guys are going to be fresh tonight, coming in, first game of the season, and Washington really likes what they have going on the offensive and defensive lines. So they're going to be ready to play their game and try to repeat what they've done the last 2 years against Hedgesville.
Yeah, and shout out to our camera guys down on the field, Colin McLaughlin and Justice Kinney, as they're giving us some great look here at this Washington team as they're prepping for today's game. They'll be down on the sidelines. Up top will be Donald Kenny, our ATEM operator this evening. Our on-site producer is Donna Schaffner. Back in the studio, Nick Verzolini. You'll hear from him at halftime and after us on the post-game show for the extra point scoreboard show. But delving more into this Washington team, they're gonna be doing it on the ground as we talked about. But their defense seems to be much improved this year.
Again, yeah, they have a lot of guys that have been coming back, and they really, the last 2 years, Hedgesville hasn't scored a point against this team. And you can chalk that up a little bit to the ball control offense, but at the same time, the defense is getting those stops out there. They're getting those turnovers. They're making sure that the other team isn't getting in the end zone, at least Hedgesville. So that defense, there's no reason to believe that they aren't going to be worse than they've been. They're returning a lot of key players, and they've been building on what they've been doing. So Hedgesville's going to have something to say to that, but there's no reason that Washington's not out on that field thinking that we're going to get another shutout.
Yeah, and you're looking at this defense, Brock Meadows, Zach Wharton, DJ Smith, Chase Crutcherly, Joe Vrobel at safety, Grant Clark at the other safety spot, Dominic Nardo, and Rodrigo Delgado. Again, he's playing on defense as well.
Yeah, again, the roster size of Washington is not nearly the size of a lot of these other teams in the EPAC. So you're going to have guys that are playing both sides of the ball, but they're doing that because they're the best athletes on the field and because they can handle it. So guys like Delgado, they can play both sides of the ball because they are some of the best players on this team. And if they're going to be playing running back and getting a lot of snaps there, a guy like that on defense playing safety is going to be someone to watch out for, getting a lot of tackles and flying around the field.
Yeah, it'll definitely be somebody to watch out for. But, looking at this special teams, it's going to be, we saw a few different kickers last year for Washington. It's Kojo Asafa-Mensah. He's going to be kicking and punting this year, at least to start the season for this Washington team. He also plays offensive line. He wears number 66. So it's going to be kind of fun to watch this kicker kick today.
Always like to see that. An offensive line, a big guy getting out there on special teams, trying to get himself some points up on the board. Offensive linemen don't usually get to score points. So, even if it's just an extra point, if it's 1 point, or if it's 3 on a field goal, you can see an offensive lineman, number 66, getting himself on the board with some points.
Yeah, and obviously the kicking game could come in today, but we saw last year a few in this ball game. We saw a few 2-point attempts, but this should be a great ball game tonight. And this Washington team, looking at their schedule this year, obviously tonight at Hedgesville, they get their home opener next week against Spring Mill. Spring Mill's in action tomorrow night against Musselman. Then they're also at home on September 9th against Frankfort. They'll go back-to-back weeks to Northern Virginia. First Ashburn, Virginia on September 16th to play Independence, a new school there that fed from Broad Run and Briar Woods, those powerhouses in 4A, 5A up there. Then the next week they'll go to Sterling, Virginia to play Park View on the 23rd. September 30th, they'll be at home to face Martinsburg. We'll have that game for you as well. They'll have their bye week on the 7th of October. Then on October 14th, home against Preston. 21st of October at Musselman. 28th of October, home against Hampshire, and they end the season on the road in that Jefferson County rivalry against Jefferson. This could shape up to be a 5, 6, 7, even 8-win season for these Washington Patriots.
Well, with the question marks that Jefferson has at quarterback, there isn't a team on that EPAC schedule outside of Martinsburg that you look at and you say, we can't beat this team. Washington should be looking at that schedule that's saying we can go 5-1 in the EPAC. And right there is 5 wins before you even get to the non-conference schedule. So I think that's probably a good part of the confidence that Washington has, is that middle of the pack in the EPAC. Once you get past Martinsburg, those 5 teams are really grouped close together, and it could really go either way or any way as to who emerges into second or third place in the EPAC.
Yeah, it really could, and we're going to step aside now for our second break of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of that break, you'll hear my interview with Washington head coach Glenn Simpson. You're tuned into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show as we're West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 2 minutes.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. We're now accepting new patients at all 4 convenient locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, and Winchester. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the huddle with head coach of the Washington Patriots, Glenn Simpson. Segment sponsored in part by Parsons Ford, Kent Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons and Coach Simpson ready for game 1. You guys, you and Hedgesville always got to be the first team out in the EPAC, and excited for another season opener?
Absolutely. We've been doing this a very long time, a great relationship with the Hedgesville Eagles. Since Washington opened, they've been playing week 1. So moving that week 1 game to Thursday to kind of give both programs a platform to themselves has really been, I think, good for both programs.
And when you look back at last year's game, you guys really dominated, and it seems like you guys are even more ready to go this year. How much do you think that game last year played into you guys being able to go 5-5 and kind of be on the fringe of the playoffs?
Well, it was a good start. We had some adversity personnel-wise throughout the week, and we had some discipline issues that we had to deal with. And we went out there and we're still able to execute our game plan and still able to put a solid discipline game on the field. And I got to tell you, the Hedgesville team was very tough. We had weather delays and a lot of stuff going on, and they gave us fits. It was not an easy game. And
when you move forward to this year, you move things around. We talked to you on EPAC All Access about moving around on offense. Do you think everybody's ready for the season on your side on the offense?
Absolutely. I think they're chomping at the bit. We've had 2 good scrimmages against some quality opponents. We had some success in those scrimmages, but as a coach, you always want something you can get after them for, and I believe our guys have responded well to the corrections, and very excited. I think we're coming into the season relatively healthy, prepared, and we'll see. I'm excited about what we got ahead of us, and I think Hedgesville is going to present a great contest. And when you go to the defensive side of the ball, obviously, for your team this year, it seems like Hedgesville is more ready to go in the offense they have. So how much more does your team have to be ready to go on defense? We just got to do our jobs. I mean, that's I got one of the best defensive coordinators in the state, I believe, and Coach Wes Eddy. He's been there, done that, in a lot of different areas, and he will have a game plan ready, and if our game plan gets challenged, I know he's ready to make adjustments, and these boys are ready to play. So what's the game plan for tonight? Well, we're gonna do what we do. We play smash mouth football. We're gonna run the ball. we're going to test their toughness, and they are tough. I know they are. But we're going to test them in a way that maybe they haven't seen yet in their preseason scrimmages. And so, we're going to line up double tight, double wing, single wing, and we're going to get after them.
All right, Coach, best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
All right, this has been the In the Huddle segment. We'll be back for more next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch.
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
CMA Honda of Winchester understands supply chain issues in the automotive industry that has significantly reduced dealer inventories of new cars. That's why we have launched Drive More Days now through September 5th. CMA is already committed to never charging over a sticker for our new vehicles, but now, during this special Drive More Days event, customers will also receive a $500 gas card with purchase of a used vehicle. Go buy your used vehicles now at CMA Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward. We're on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, providing custom integration services like home office, automation, home theater networking, audio video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or go to WHMsystems.com. You heard from Coach Glenn Simpson there on the Parsons Ford in the end zone coaches interviews. Now we'll break down, for the away team, now we'll break down the home team in Hedgesville, and this Hedgesville team hungry. And as we heard multiple times this summer from head coach Matt Faircloth, coming off that 4-6 season, it's playoffs or bust. He's told us that on multiple occasions this summer, Dylan.
And there's no reason to really think that they can't do it. 2 years ago, they had no wins. Last year, they had 4 wins. That is a huge improvement year over year, and especially the 2021 offseason. It might have been closer to a regular offseason, but this offseason was pretty much 100%, if not 99%, a regular offseason. So there's no reason to believe that they can't get at least one win improvement, if not multiple wins, because they're bringing back a lot of key contributors as well. They got their senior quarterback, Jackson West, playing after he was the starting quarterback last year. And there's a lot of guys that they've brought back. Now, they're not going to have who they thought was going to be the running back one tonight, so that might make a difference. But still, they're bringing back guys like Tanner Matthew at wide receiver, and DeMonte Martin on the other side at the X receiver is a guy who's going to be getting a lot more snaps than he did last year, and he's been turning a lot of heads in training camp.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard from multiple players and from Coach Faircloth this offseason that he's a player to watch this year. When you look at this offense, returns Jackson West as a senior, and when you think about Jackson West, he's a multi-sport athlete. He's a 3-sport athlete. He plays football, basketball, and baseball, and you've seen improvement in him in those other 2 sports from the year prior, so you don't expect anything different heading into his senior year. And, he's going to be the quarterback, and they're going to open things up.
Yeah, and playing those other sports, it helps you because he's going to have other guys out on the field that he's been playing those other sports with, so he's not just getting extra chemistry playing football with his football teammates. He's going out there and he's playing baseball with his football teammates, maybe a couple of them at least. So he's getting that added chemistry as well. And playing those other sports, you're working different muscles, you're doing different things, you're working your different kinds of, hand-eye coordination, anything out there. You don't have to just play football to improve at football on the physical level or the mental level. So when he's out there, I mean, there's no reason to believe that he's not going to be improved from last year.
Yeah, and then you look at the guys around him. DeMonte Martin, Nate Noe, Tanner Matthew, Ian Wolf, Braylon Connor, Hunter Turner, just to name a few. And, tonight we mentioned being without Kyle Whaley, he's going to be a big threat for them this season. Hopefully he can get back healthy and not miss too much time.
That's going to be very interesting to watch because Jake Young, Jacob Kerr, and Nick Wood are the guys in the running back depth chart tonight for Hedgesville.
They're all sophomores.
That's right, all sophomores, all freshmen last year. We're not playing varsity football last year. So that doesn't mean that they're not going to be key contributors. As we just mentioned, DeMonte Martin has looked great, and he's going to be your starting X receiver. He's a sophomore as well. So these guys like Young and Kerr that are going to get the carries tonight for this team that likes to run the ball but may have to pass the ball out of necessity or because of the improvement of Jackson Ruest, those guys, if they step up tonight, they should be able to make a dent on what they've done last 2 years against Washington, 49-0 2 years ago, 20-0 last year. And I think just that game-to-game progression, it gives you a lot of confidence that they can make this a very close game tonight and potentially pull out the win.
Yeah, it really does. And then you look at that offensive line, you bring a lot of guys back. Drew Milton, you'll hear from him later in the pregame show in the huddle segment. But Mike Nichols there, left guard, Connor Quinn at center, Levi Faircloth, the sophomore, at right guard, and at right tackle, Eli Faircloth, who moves in from tight end as they make the move to open things up more this year to move a big 300-pound tight end in a wing offense. Now they're kind of doing that more of a hybrid style wing. So guess what? You're going to move him into probably his natural position at right tackle.
That's something you've been mentioning a lot, Spencer. The fact that they've moved a big tight end into offensive tackle, it means that they're probably looking for a smaller guy at tight end so that they can pass the ball more. And again, they have a senior quarterback who is back from last year. Coach Matt Faircloth himself has said that they're going to pass the ball more this year. So tonight we're going to see exactly how much that is. And just like we said for Washington, this is an opportunity to see, can they get out of the middle of the pack in the conference and try to get second or third place by improving multiple wins year over year.
Yeah, and when you move things over to the defensive side of the ball, you get those guys rotating in on the D-line. In the interior, it's going to be Eli and Levi Faircloth mixing in with Connor Quinn and Mike Nichols. But guys that you see rotating in, you'll see Josh Barrett get in the defensive end rotating with Milton. Then on the other defensive end position, Darrell Johnson, Nazi Newman on that other anchoring those two sides of the line as they run a different style of offense, one that you don't necessarily see everywhere, defense. It's a 4-2-5 with a Badger and a Star is what they call their extra defensive backs. A Badger can kind of be like a Buffalo nickel. You saw that last year with the Washington football team with Landon Collins moving in. It's kind of a hybrid linebacker guy that can jump down there, and that's probably what's going to happen tonight with this wing offense they're going to be facing.
Yeah, the 4-2-5 was kind of innovated and popularized by Gary Patterson out of TCU, ran it for years and years. It kind of, instead, you have your 4 down linemen like you would in a 4-3 defense, but instead of having those 3 linebackers, you kind of have you replace that third linebacker with a safety, and you kind of have 3 safeties on the field. You keep your 1 free safety back over the top. He's kind of patrolling, playing center field, the center of the field, and you bring down the other safety with your Star, Badger, Spur, whatever terminology they want to use team to team, and you kind of have those 4 linebackers and those linebackers are more versatile. They can kind of play in the slot. They can guard those receivers or tight ends. So it gives you more flexibility to defend the run, which is something that they're obviously going to have to do against Washington tonight.
Yeah, and, one of the big questions here is going to be that linebacker core. Kyle Whaley out. You're going to have number 22, a senior, Brenton Whitmore, starting at the Will linebacker position. A sophomore, Jake Young, starting at the Sam linebacker position. And they could possibly really miss Kyle Whaley tonight.
I think that they definitely will. Those guys, again, we'll see Jake Young and Jacob Kerr. They're kind of listed on the depth chart as who's going to be that Sam linebacker. But that inexperience, it could make a big difference. How are they going to be reading and reacting to their first time on the field playing varsity football at this level? It's a different level of speed than you get playing freshman football. It's just different levels of athletes. So, and just a half second of hesitation going the wrong way, a misstep one way or the other, you step to the left, the play's going to the right, it can make a difference. It can be the difference between you getting into the backfield before the line of scrimmage and you giving up a 5-yard run, which, if you're getting 5 yards a run, it's first downs every time.
Yeah, it is first downs every time, and it'll be interesting to see how this defense for Hedgesville can hold up against this wing offense. They gave up 20 points last year. That was down from over 40 points the year prior. But I think as tonight's going to go for Hedgesville, it's going to be how that defense is going to roll.
It definitely is. Again, they've made that improvement year over year. 49 points to 20 points, and they, as long as they get some sort of production from their offense, if they make an improvement from 20 down to less than that, then it's only a little bit of work that your offense has to do to be able to pull out the win in this game.
Yeah, and we'll obviously break more down. We'll get your keys to the game coming up here, but first we're going to step aside for a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you're going to hear from Hedgesville head coach Matt Faircloth, and they'll go in the huddle with players from both schools. That's next after this 2-minute break. You're tuned to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame shows. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 2 minutes, guys.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time to go in the end zone with Hedgesville head coach Matt Faircloth. Brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first.
Coach, you have your Thursday night opener against Washington. What does it mean, first of all, for you guys to have this Thursday night opener, to have this extra eyes on your program?
The Thursday night game is always big for our program because we're the only one in the area. Pretty much, I think there's only one, maybe 2 others in the state that do it. So for us, it gets eyes on our program, gets everybody out and moving before that Friday night lights officially hits the following night, and then for us the following week.
Now you guys have gone from no wins 2 years ago to 4 wins last year. How do you keep the momentum going to start the year?
We returned a lot. Guys are locked in. The biggest thing now is just staying healthy for us. We played 2 tough scrimmages, Loudoun Valley, and then we went down 5 hours to Galax, Virginia, and played a really good Galax team. So, we found out a lot about ourselves, and, now we're in the preparation to get ready on a short week. So we want this game. We're ready for it.
Now, these last 2 games against the Patriots defense, you guys haven't been able to put points up on the board. How do you plan on attacking that defense this year and try to change that?
The biggest thing about it is we got to stay composed, not give up stupid turnovers. Last year, first play of the game, opening kickoff, we fumble, killed the momentum. Then we would get drives going. Then we get a fumble on a handoff. Little things like that. We got to stick to what we do, perfect what we do, and worry about us. We're not worried about anything else other than us. So as long as we stay true to ourselves, I think we'll be okay.
Now, the improvement you guys have made in these last 2 games against Washington is your defense. You were able to go from 49 points to 20 points. How do you keep that, again, the momentum going and try to even give up less points this time around?
I think the big thing is pressure. Keep putting pressure on, rally, alignment, assignment football. That's what we preach here every day. Alignment, assignment. Know your job, do your job, and trust the guy that's to your left and right is going to do his. So as long as we do that, pursuit of the football, rally and tackle, those are the keys to what we're trying to do.
Does this week of practice against prepping for this Washington defense, how does that compare to your other weeks against teams that run different offenses?
Well, the good thing for us is the last 2 scrimmages, everybody's been in a 30 front. So, for us, it's, a lot of it won't change for us from the 2 scrimmages. The only thing difference is those were 34 teams now. This team's a stacked team. So the blocking scheme will change just a tad. But other than that, the 30 front, we've seen it for the last 2 weeks. Going to prep for it again. And, at the end of the day, they got some guys out, I think they got JoJo at corner. He's going to be tough to get matchups there. But at the end of the day, our kids are locked in, know the blocking assignment, know the pass pros. We just got to execute.
If there's only one thing you can tell your team on how to win this game, what are you telling them?
Execute. Execute the game plan. And that's what we've been trying to do the last 2 weeks in these tough scrimmages we had. Everything was there we wanted. We left 4 touchdowns on the field at Galax, and if we hit that and we execute there, we're 28 points ahead at half. So for us, it's just go out, execute game plan, make the plays. Don't worry about doing too much. Just make the play when it's your time.
All right, Coach Faircloth, thank you very much.
That'll do it for this segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We will be back for more after this 2-minute break.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar & Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar & Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time to go in the huddle here. This segment sponsored in part by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can call Ameriprise Financial Services at 304-263-4343 or stop by their offices at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We're now joined by Washington Patriots linebacker DJ Smith. And you guys ready to go for this first game of the season, DJ?
Oh, yeah, we're ready, man. I'm so excited for this team, what we can do this year.
And obviously, got you in the middle of the start of practice, so you're in full get-up, and it looks like as a defense, we were out here a couple of weeks back. It seems like you guys are even more ready than you were last year.
Oh yeah, no, I've been in this program for 4 years now, and this is the best team we've had. This is the most ready we've been. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it.
And, you've been here, so you've seen, the last 4 years of this team, and what most excites you about this team?
Honestly, our O-line. I really think we got one of the best O-lines in the state. I really think we got one of the best run stops in the state. I just feel like a lot of years before this, it's been like one-sided, you know what I mean? And then now this year, I feel like we got every single piece to the puzzle, you know what I mean?
First game against Hedgesville, and they're trying to probably throw the ball around more this year than they did last year. They kind of run a similar offense to you guys. What are you guys trying to key in on?
Definitely our pass reads, our coverages. We're going to be working on it a lot better. I feel like our run stop, our inside run, our outside run, we've got that down pretty well. I feel like we got our coverages down pretty well, but Hedgesville's going to, like you said, Hedgesville's going to come at us with a pass, so we got to work on that.
What's going to be the main key to victory for your team?
Just playing our ball, honestly. We know what we need to do. We know how good we are. Just playing our ball is all we need to do.
Thanks for the time, DJ. We'll send it out to Hedgesville High School with Dylan Bishop.
Thanks, Spencer. Out here at Hedgesville High School with Drew Milton.
Drew, what does it mean to have this Thursday night opener and have all the eyes on you before all the teams start up?
Well, I guess it's a chance to really prove ourselves, People, all years prior don't really, believe in us, usually doubt us. I'm hoping we can prove them wrong, just get a good start going.
You guys have improved year over year. You went from 0 to 4 wins last year. How do you guys keep that momentum going? What have you guys been building on in this preseason leading up to this first game?
Well, line assignment football, we got to get our blocks down right. It all starts in the trenches, got to keep it going. If we don't create the holes, running backs can't go through them, we go and score points. Or if we don't block the defense coming, our quarterback can't throw the ball, we didn't get points.
What have you personally been working on this offseason that you want to see yourself execute in the first game?
Well, I injured my knee last year. I recovered from that, and I'm hoping to get my steps down, and just drive people off the ball and create holes.
When it comes to the offense, what is the one thing that you guys think that you need to do to be able to get some points up on the Washington defense?
Well, I feel like Washington likes to blitz a lot, so we got to be able to pick up the blitzes and then, execute from there.
All right. Now, on the other side of the ball, how do you slow down that single wing offense?
I'm not sure. I'm a 2 in defense. I'll try my best out there, but I guess we really got to contain them. Don't let them get a free release out there. Keep them inside.
What's the one thing that you would tell your teammates leading up to this game for you guys to be able to pick up this win?
We have a couple injuries here and there. We just got to stay positive the whole way. Don't start turning on each other, pointing fingers, nothing like that.
All right, Drew Milton, thank you very much for joining us.
That'll do it for the In the Huddle segment brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or call 304-263-4343. We'll be back for more next as the W. Hartley Miller Systems pregame show rolls on.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too. Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're almost to kickoff here from Moon Mall Stadium. Spencer Dupuis, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. It's time for the keys to the game. If you want a pre-owned car, get your pre-owned car at Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? I ride with them, so you should too. Dylan, what are your keys for a victory for this visiting team in Washington tonight?
Now, first of all, they need to keep the defense on its toes. You need to be unpredictable. The single wing offense, they know you're going to run the ball. Most of this game, you're going to run the ball, but you got to keep them on your toes. Which way are you running the ball? Who's getting it? What kind of scheme are you running, blocking? Are you coming out wide? Are you going with end arounds? What are you doing? You got to make sure you keep those linebackers on their toes, because guys like Jake Young, Jake O'Care, those guys, again, those sophomores playing their first snaps of varsity action, they may not read and react the same way a guy like Kyle Whaley would be if he was in this game. Second of all, control the clock. You're going to be running the ball a lot. A key to this game is you want to control the time of possession. If you keep the defense, your defense off the field, you're going to be in a great position for tonight. And then finally, watch out for the big explosive play, especially through the air. Jackson West, the senior quarterback for Hedgesville, Hedgesville's going to pass the ball more this year than they have been. So you need to watch out, keep things in front of you if you are, DeMonte Martin, Zach Crosco, or Xavier Kirk in the secondary.
All right, now for this Hedgesville team on their home turf tonight.
I think the big thing for them is winning in the trenches, at the line of scrimmage, offensive and defensive line. If you can push back Washington on the offensive and defensive line, you may be able to get some push and get some yards through on the running game and slow down the single wing rushing attack of Washington. Second of all, you need to hold on to the football. Cannot have turnovers in this game. You are not going to win this game if you lose the turnover battle. You cannot waste possessions against a team that runs the ball as much as Washington. And then third and finally, you got to get your defense off the field. You got to convert. You got to stop Washington on third down.
And that will wrap things up here for the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video, and distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or go to WHMsystems.com. We'll be back for starting lineups. We'll get you intro to game officials plus more. But this has been the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on TV10 at WRNR Martinsburg. Back in 1 minute. Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Let's go.
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Madchen Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Welcome back to Moo Stadium here as we get you set for Washington and Hedgesville in the EPAC Thursday night opener. It's now time for the starting lineup. Starting lineups are brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. We'll start first on the offensive side for the visiting team in the Washington Patriots. Moving right to left left to right on the offensive line. Number 70, a senior Jaden McCarthy at left tackle. Number 72, a senior Logan Comer at left guard. Starting at center, number 65, a senior Jonathan Brewster. At right guard, the sophomore, number 66, Kojo Asafomensa. And at the right tackle position, number 76, a senior Zach Wharton. And then the quarterback, the guy running the wing, is senior quarterback Joe Vrobel. Rodrigo Delgado, a junior, is in there. Chase Crutcherly is in there as a senior. And Oren Bartholo is in there, number 30, as a senior. Then the tight end position will be anchored by junior, number 36, Brock Meadows, and number 19, a junior, Travin McCord. Now for the defensive side of the ball for the Washington Patriots, it'll be at defensive tackle, Brock Meadows, number 36.
The Patriots have won the toss and have elected to defer.
At the nose tackle position, number 70, Jaden McCartney. Number 76, Zach Wharton, a senior. At the linebacker spot, number 41, Chase Crutcherly. Number 7 at middle linebacker, G.J. Smith, the senior leader. Number 4 at the other linebacker spot is Garrett Fauble. Number 3, Rodrigo Delgado, will be a defensive back. And the cornerbacks and the other defensive backs, number 24, a freshman, Cameron Togans. Number 14, Joe Vrobel, a safety. Number 43, a junior, Grant Clark. And number 2, cornerback Dominic Degznano. And as we get ready for kickoff here, we'll give you the Hedgesville starters in a minute, but we'll do intro to game officials brought to you by Brown's Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields & Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home that has probably served our area since 1880. The referee, Kevin Hardy. The umpire, Michael Ritt. The line judge, Ryan Potts. The linesman, Chris Keel. The back judge, Chris Triggs. And the field judge, David Warner. As we get things ready for kickoff, Dylan, do you want to give the other starters on the Hedgesville side?
We'll start on the offensive side for the Hedgesville Eagles. We'll go from left to right on the offensive line. Drew Milton, Mike Nichols, Connor Quinn, Levi Faircloth, and Eli Faircloth. DeMonte Martin at the X receiver, Tanner Matthew at the Y, Braylon Connor at tight end, and Jake O'Care at the Z receiver. Running back Jake Young will be starting at running back, and of course the senior quarterback Jackson Ruest at quarterback. On the defensive side, Darrell Johnson, Eli Faircloth, Levi Faircloth, and Josh Barrett will be your defensive line. Jake Young and Brenton Whitmore at linebacker, and your Badger and Star safeties coming down closer to the line of scrimmage than the usual safety is Tanner Matthew and Andy Darby. At corner, you've got Zach Crosco and Xavier Kirk, and free safety DeMonte Martin.
Yeah, and as we get ready for kickoff here, Washington at 1, but defer to the second half. They'll kick it off to Hedgesville. The opening kickoff brought to you by Orr's Farm Market. Family-owned, family-grown. Happiness grows here at Orr's Farm Market, located at 682 Orr Drive in Martinsburg. As Asafa Mensa has put it on the tee, and he's backing up, getting ready for kickoff here as we get ready to kick off the EPAC season in this annual Thursday night opener between Hedgesville and Washington. Ball is in the air, and it's kicked end over end. It'll drop at the 15-yard line, picked up by Tanner Matthew. Excuse me, not Tanner Matthew. Was Braylon Connor. Now the offense coming out here led by Jackson Ruest for Hedgesville as they're looking to air it out some more, and they're kind of coming out in a spread kind of offense here.
Yeah, 4 wide receivers to start off here. So, I mean, they're going right at it. Number 7, Jake Young in the backfield for the first snap of the game. So we'll see. I mean, they're coming out in this set. First play of the game, it looks like they're going to run the ball or pass the ball more than you would think.
You got 2 receivers to the near. Martin the closest. 2 receivers to the far. The one spread out to the far. Ruest takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Young. Young is going to go nowhere and lose about 3 yards on the play.
And that was just the defense getting right there back in the backfield. Looked like saw number 41 Chase Crutchley get back there and in on the tackle. So that's puts Hedgesville immediately behind chains, or you might have gotten, right back to the line of scrimmage at most, maybe loss of a half a yard.
Joey Stansky is getting in there as a slot receiver with DeMonte Martin in the near slot or in the near receiver spot as they're getting ready to run another play with Ruest in the shotgun. He's got 2 to the left, 2 to the right, and he's going to screen pass it over to the far side. That ball is caught by Tanner Matthew, and he'll gain a first down. As Tanner Matthews able to make the catch and get past the sticks.
Yep, just a little screenplay there, getting some quick passing action outside for Jackson West's first pass of the season, and you get it out to your senior number 1 wide receiver, and he was able to make a play and get out to that first down for a gain of about 12 yards.
So first down now at the 47-yard line, on their own 47-yard line as they go look to sideline for the play from head coach Matt Faircloth. He calls out the play. You've got 2 receivers of the near side, 1 of the far. Ruest will take the snap. He'll pass it over to Young. Young on the screen is going to try to get to the outside, but DeMonte Martin isn't able to get the block, and we've got our first flag of the game.
It looked like throwing that out there at the end of the play. That could be a illegal block in the back or holding, or depending on how the tackle is made there. And it is going to go against Hedgesville.
It'll go against Hedgesville. It'll bring them back.
Holding called against the
holding.
Eagles.
I will say I like that play call from Hedgesville there. Getting your young guy, Jake Young, out into the open field, getting horizontal against this Washington defense and try to get out in open space and get yourself some ability to make a play in the open field. And it had worked if they didn't have that holding penalty.
Ball now spotted on their own 31.
First down and 16.
First down and 16 now. Ruest will take the snap. He's looking left. He's looking down the field to DeMonte Martin. That's a highly contested catch, and he does not make the catch. Can't hold it in last second. It's going to be an incomplete pass.
So it looked like he caught it, and then as he brought it to the ground, that's when he lost possession of it. The old Calvin Johnson rule, that's you got to complete the catch through the act of it. If you catch it as you're coming to the ground, you have to hold on to the ball, or else the referee's going to call it incomplete every time. But I like that pass from Jackson Ruest, and that was a good play by DeMonte Martin to kind of go up and get it. He just wasn't able to hold on to it as he came to the ground. I already see what Coach Faircloth was talking about with them airing out the football. They have these athletes on the outside that can get up the field, and Jackson Ruest has the arm on him that he can make a play.
Yeah, Tanner Matthew, Braylon Connor to the far side. To the near side, Joey Starsky, who is not on a 2-deep on a depth chart. And then DeMonte Martin, the near receiver, ball spotted at the 41-yard line. Ruest takes the snap. He's looking around. He's going to buy some time. He's going to run. He's going to break a tackle, and he'll get close to the first down marker at the Washington 44-yard line. What a great job by Ruest there to be able to see the pocket was collapsing, and we know he's a running quarterback. He's got the athletic ability to do so, and he moves out of the pocket, and it's going to be a third down and about 1.
Yeah, Washington ran man-to-man there, so it kind of cleared out the middle of the field once all of Hedgesville's receivers were going deep down the field, and it left all that open room for Jackson Ruest to run and make a play for himself. And he ran the ball a good bit last year out of that kind of single-wing hybrid offense that they were running. So he is an athlete that can make a play on his own.
And you have one receiver to the far side, 3 to the near side. Ruest takes the snap, looking left. He's looking down for Tanner Matthew, and he's going to attempt to make the catch, but the defender in there can't see his number as he turned around, and it's kind of stuck up on the front side. I believe that was Dominic Dignato.
It looked like he had the short pass open there to Braylon Connor, but he trusted Tanner Matthew down the field, and it's not a bad idea. He made the play against the corner for Washington that it was Dignazio, as you said, but he just wasn't able to hold on to the ball. But it was 3rd and 1, and in this part of the field, you're going to try to go for it if you don't get that 1 yard.
Yeah, between the 40s is a spot where most teams will go for it here. But Ruest remains in the shotgun, 1 to the far, 3 to the near, same set as last time. And I think Coach Matt Faircloth is going to have to take a timeout.
It's going to be a delay of game, I believe.
No, they're going to take the delay of game. I think. No. I mean, they're not moving the spot back, so I think he did get the timeout.
So they got the timeout off. It was very close.
Yeah, Hedgesville will get the timeout in time, and this is a big play in this ballgame because they want to set the tone early, and if they can get this 4th down and continue the drive, it would be huge.
Absolutely. This offense has looked pretty good on this drive. You've had that drop on that big play, and you had the other pass way down the field that ended up not being complete, but I like what I've seen here. Jackson Ruest has been making these throws. It hasn't been because of a lack of good passes. So these guys will come down with these catches later on as this game goes. They're not going to drop everything. These guys like Tanner Matthew and DeMonte Martin, they're going to come down with some of these catches.
DeMonte Martin, I believe, on the sideline.
He is right now.
But they're still going to go for it here. 4th down and 1. From the Washington 44-yard line.
So again, still they have run this 4-receiver set this entire drive.
Whether it's 2 on one side or 2 on each side, but now there's 3, and they've run that for the last few plays here.
Right, trips to the left on this play, so we'll see. But again, they have held up to what they said, trying to pass the ball.
Scoreless here, 9:39 left in the first quarter from Moomaw Stadium on 4th down and 1. Ruest takes the snap, moving to the left side, pocket collapsing, and he's going to throw. He's going to find.
That's Jake Young.
Jake Young, and Jake Young's going to get the first down to the 36-yard line, but there's a flag. This could come back.
And Coach Faircloth does not look happy, so it looks like it's going to be another holding penalty if I had to guess. Yep.
It looks like it's going to be a holding.
And that's big. That's 4th and 1 to 4th and 11 is a huge difference.
I think you got to punt the ball at this point.
I think you do. I mean, you can try, but giving Washington their first possession on the Hedgesville side of midfield is a big risk to take. So if it were me, I would just be punting the ball here.
And we see this a lot in the EPAC. There's a lot of pooch punting. But they could be going for it here.
4th and long.
4th down.
Well, you see we have a guy back for Washington in case we do get the pooch punt.
From the their own 42-yard line. 4th and a country mile. They're going to take the snap and punt it is Ruest. Pooch punt there. That's going to hit the ground. The 20-yard line is going to take a Hedgesville bounce to around the 15-yard line.
It's a good punt.
Great punt.
That's exactly what you want.
It's exactly what you want here. First quarter brought to you on TV 10 by Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling a home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Also presented on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers. Call 304-245-6613. Go to skinnerfirm.com as Washington lines up for their first drive of tonight.
And we should expect a lot different kind of offense on this side.
And the snap, it's going to be a direct snap to Rodrigo Delgado, who'll go up the gut for a few yards, get to about the 20-yard line.
Looks like about 5 yards there.
Solid gain on first down.
Yep, 4 or 5 yards. If you get that on every running play, you're going to march yourself down the field for a touchdown every time. So that's exactly how Washington wants to start this drive and start this game, and we're going to see a lot more of it.
For the Eagles.
.8:19 left in this scoreless ball game. A second down and about 5 from their own 20-yard line for Washington. It's going to, I believe that's going to be Delgado again. Yep. Delgado is going to get up past the first down marker, up to about the 33-yard line.
And that's a good example of how the single wing offense can innovate and do different things. The first play, they kind of just ran it right up the middle, right to the direct snap to Delgado. This time they ran a counter run where the offensive line kind of starts moving toward the right, and then you get the pulling guards go left, and you're faking right to left as you hand off to Delgado, and that was a really good hole that got opened up for him.
Ball spotted at the 32-yard line, so a first down and 10 here. 7:43 left in the drive. Snap now to Vrobel. Vrobel will take it up the middle for a few yards. And this is solid gaining on each play, it seems so far. Going to get back to the 36-yard line, so a 5-yard gain or 4-yard gain.
Again, we talked about these young Hedgesville linebackers that are out there playing in this game right now. Jake Young got his first drive out there at running back. He looked good, but we'll see how he fares at linebacker. So far, Washington's been able to get up into that second level without any obstructions from the Hedgesville linebackers.
Takes the snap, now does Vrobel, and he's going to get taken down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss on the play.
That's Jake Young, as I mentioned. Gets into the backfield there. So a good play by the sophomore trying to step in for Kyle Whaley, the injured linebacker and running back. So, I mean, if you see that more from him all game long, look, that puts him at 3rd and 10 now. For this team that runs the ball so much, this is going to be a tough third down.
He'll be back to about the 32-yard line, the same line of scrimmage. It'll be now a 3rd down and 10.
Washington tried to bounce that out to the outside there. That was a good job by the Hedgesville defensive line to make him not have that hole he could get through and get where he wanted to go at first.
I think we've got a delay of game. The play clock expired. So delay of game after a loss, that's going to really hurt for the Patriots here.
And that just makes it even harder. From 3rd and 10 to 3rd and 15, you kind of have to pass the ball here if you're looking to get that yardage. I mean, you've been running the ball pretty well outside of your last attempt at it, but I would, 3rd and 15, try to pass the ball, see what your quarterback can give you through the air in this game and for the rest of the season.
So now it'll be a 3rd down from the 27.5-yard line.
That's not what they're going to do.
And they're going to continue to run the ball. I believe it's Delgado again. Could be wrong. No, it is Delgado. He's going to get a big chunk of yards up to the 40-yard line, but that's not enough.
I mean, he got about 13 yards there, so maybe 12, but it does look like they're bringing out the punt team. I mean, Washington's game is running the ball, and it almost worked out for them. If it was 3rd and 10, they would have gotten that first down there. It was a good run by Delgado. They kind of brought that guy in orbit motion behind the quarterback, trying to run that speed option where he has the option to pitch it to the guy behind him. But it's just a yard or two short after he kept it himself.
So punting now on 4th down and 2 is Kojo Asafa-Mensah. That's a deep punt to the 27-yard line, fielded by Tanner Matthew. He'll get taken down by
on the return for the Eagles.
Number 44.
That's the Deshaun Ridenour.
Stop by number 44, Ridenour.
Yeah, Deshaun Ridenour with a great stop, but now the Eagles have a 1st down and 10.
So I liked what Ruest and the Eagles offense showed on that first drive. We'll see if they can keep it going as they get closer to being outside of that scripted, first 10 to 15 plays that football coaches tend to do. You have that opening script. You want to give the defense some opening looks, different things for them to look at. And they come out once again in this spread look as they look to the sideline for the play. Jackson Ruest is going to be throwing the ball a lot in this game, it seems like.
Yeah, 4:39 left in this first quarter of a scoreless ball game. He'll take the snap. He'll pass it over on a screen pass to Matthew. Matthew will gain up to the 42-yard line. So a solid gain on a first down screen pass.
Just 5 yards there on first down. Gets you a second and manageable there. The second screen pass out to Tanner Matthew of the game so far. And it's picked up, a solid chunky yardage both times. So that's just another way. It's almost like an extended handoff, It's a screen pass. As Tanner Matthew thought he might have been hurt there for a second, but it looked like he was just adjusting his towel. Almost got worried there.
So a second down and 5 from their own 42. 4:17 on a running clock. Ruest takes the snap. He's just not on the same page trying to throw a slant pass to Tanner Matthew.
So that looked like an RPO there, run pass option, where Jackson Ruest, the quarterback, had the option to hand it off to his running back, Jake Young, but he saw the look from the defense that Tanner Matthew running that slant route just about 5 yards deep. He just didn't quite hit it, and Tanner Matthew wasn't quite ready for it either.
He's not quite ready for it here. And now it's a 3rd down and 5 from their own 42. 2 to each side. The ball handed off to Young. Young will get the line to gain, I believe, down at the 48-yard line.
They're going to move the chains. A good run by Jake Young. That was a good job by the Hedgesville offensive line. Washington only had 3 down linemen, so it was easy for those guys to get up into the second level, as it looks like Washington's running a 3-3-5 defense, kind of similar to the 4-2-5 that we talked about with Hedgesville, except you have 3 linebackers and 3 defensive linemen instead of 4 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers. Sometimes it's harder to stop the run with that when you only have those 3 big guys up on the front.
He'll take the snap. He'll hand it off again to Young. Young tries to get outside, but he can't really get anywhere. We'll gain about a yard on the play, up to the 49-yard line. So it'll be now a 2nd down and 9.
That was a good play by the linebacker there to get out into space and bring down Young before he could get it going. Jake Young has looked pretty good so far, filling in for Kyle Whaley, but as they're going to give him a substitution now, number 22 is going to come out on the field. That's Brendan Whitmore,
who's not listed on the 2 deep depth chart for the offense.
He's nice. They gave us 3 running backs to look for, and he wasn't on any of them.
So he's still looking for the play and a delay of game.
You can't fall behind. It's tough. Delay a game of all penalties should be the most preventable penalty in football. All you have to do is watch the clock and get the play off. But, they had that substitution, and it looked like it threw them off a little bit.
Did throw them off, so now it'll be a 2nd down and 14 from their own 44.
See what Ruest can do.
He'll take the snap. He's looking left. He's looking right. As the pocket collapses on him, he's trying to buy some time, but he's just going to end up throwing it away, so it'll be an incomplete pass and bring up 3rd down and 14.
I had it for a second there. It looked like he was ready to throw the ball away, and then he tucked it back down again. I was afraid he was going to take that sack, but it was good for him to get that ball thrown away, but he did throw it into the field of play. He didn't throw it out of bounds. That's a very dangerous thing to do when you're trying to throw the ball away as a quarterback.
So it'll be a 3rd down and 14 from their own 44 with 2:25 left in this scoreless first quarter for Moomaw Stadium. Spencer Dupuy, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Colin McLaughlin will join us on the sidelines later. Ruest takes the snap. He's going to throw a screen pass out to Tanner Matthew. He's going to get some blockers in front of him, break some tackles, but he drops the ball. The ball is out on the 50-yard line. I think it's a turnover. Washington thinks they have the ball.
It looked like they fell on it. Nope, the referees are pointing and saying that Hedgesville was able to get on top of it. As there's
extracurricular activity here.
And you just can't have
Smith
that.
Was thrown off, and I think Hedgesville did recover the ball.
They
but
did.
There's no indication.
I saw one referee pointing in the direction of Hedgesville as if they kept the ball, but it is 4th down. away for better field position, but you got to hold on to that ball if you're Tanner Matthew. Again, they tried to get it out to him again. Clearly, Hedgesville sees Matthew as their top athlete that they can get out in space and make a play with, and he was almost able to do it.
It'll be a personal foul, which will bring it back
to the Hedgesville 34-yard line.
To the Hedgesville 34-yard line.
Still fourth down.
It'll still be fourth down here, and they're going to punt it away, obviously. And now from their own 34-yard line.
And hopefully you get some field position here. If you're Washington, you want to field this punt and get some yards on it.
And it'll be booted away by DeClain Hall and taken there by Vrobel, and he'll get up to his own 46-yard line.
That's a good return. The quarterback making a play for himself to get his offense out near midfield.
Stopped by Matthew.
So we'll see what Washington can do with a lot better field position than what they had to start the last drive. They started the last drive at the 15-yard line, and it's over a 30-yard difference here. Again, one rushing play, one positive rushing play, positive in terms of getting you on track for the first down, can get you past midfield.
And 1:52 left in the first quarter of a scoreless ball game. 1st and 10 from their own 47-yard line. So they're trying to shift things around on the offensive line. Snap comes to Vrobel. He's going to look to try to somebody to get behind, but that Hedgesville offensive line or defensive line coming in bunches there.
Only about a yard there, so that's a very good stop on the first play of this drive by the Eagles.
Pickup of about 1 on the play. It'll be second down.
So it'll be now second down and 9 of a pickup of 1.
See, Levi Faircloth is going to come onto the field as Connor Quinn goes to the sideline.
So changing things around here with 1:21 left in the first quarter on a rolling clock now. As we march under a minute 15 seconds left. Washington trying to get on the plus side of the field. Snap now fakes all around as Delgado will take it a few more yards now to the Hedgesville side of the field.
Looked like he took the snap there and faked a handoff to Chase Crutchley, number 41, and then took it himself. And it looked like a couple of guys on that Hedgesville defense took the bait, and that was able to get him a few extra yards and set you up for about 3rd and 7, which with the way Washington runs the ball, we saw them get 13 yards on their last 3rd down. This is for them, pretty manageable. Not ideal, but pretty manageable 3rd down.
Under 30 seconds now on a rolling clock. They'll take the snap, fake the handoff. Delgado will keep it, but he'll get taken down by the second layer of the defense. Second and third layer of the Hedgesville defense. Down at the 45-yard line here with under 17 seconds left.
And they're going to mark him at the 45 instead of the 44.
So it's now 4th down and 2.
A full 2 yards there.
But they're going to let the clock expire here in the first quarter as it now will hit 0. So we've got a 0-0 ball game after 1 quarter. It'll be a 4th down from their own 45 when we get back after this 60-second break. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 back in 60.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by friends of Jason Barrett.
Up next, it's the starting lineups.
Spencer Dupuy and Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Down on the sideline, Colin McLaughlin. Cameraman today, Donald Kinney, as well as Justice Kinney. And Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline as well as running a camera. Donna Schaffner running the on-site production. Back in the studio, Nick Verzolini here as we start a scoreless ball game, or we start the second quarter of a scoreless ball game with Washington on a 4th down and 2, and they're going to go for it, and they're going to run up the gut, and they're not going to get the first down, I don't think.
They sure didn't.
I think that was Eli Faircloth that took him down.
What a stop by the Hedgesville Eagles defense.
Big 4th down stop by Eli Faircloth.
He just tore him down. Again, only 1 or 2, he got 1 yard there, and he stuck that arm out, reached out, and was able to drag Joe Vrobel down to the ground and get his offense back on the field. That is big for Hedgesville. Again, last 2 years, it's been 49-0 and 20-0 Washington. And with Washington jumping out to the lead pretty quickly, we're in the second quarter, and Hedgesville has looked like the better team so far. Their offense is getting a little more going than Washington's has.
Hedgesville will start with 1st and 10 on their own 44-yard line.
And again, they're staying in that spread offense. Look, pretty much 4 wide receivers on every play. So a lot different than what they've been doing the last few years.
He'll take the snap. He's going to run it, but he's going to get taken down.
Really only like about 1 yard there.
It was Chase Crutchley with the stop.
Looked like a zone read play there where Ruest had the option to hand the ball off to Jake Young, but he decided to keep it for himself and really only got a yard there. Maybe if he kept it up the middle instead of trying to break out, go east and west, he might have gotten a couple extra yards, but that was a good play by the Washington defense.
So 11:20 left in this first half of this scoreless ball game from Moon Mall Stadium on this EPAC Thursday night opener. And I believe another false start penalty. I think this time on Connor Quinn, as he looked like he was the victim there. And
it looked like he just came into the game as well. He just walked onto the field.
Yeah, they're going to rotate these offensive linemen quite a bit here because they're going to play on both sides of the ball.
Right, you got to get those big guys that are on the field every play, pretty much guaranteed, unless you choose to rotate them in and out. It's not like the other position on the field where you rotate in and out.
So 3rd and 14. Now Ruest is going to sling it out, but it's going to be caught on the sideline, though. That's Braylon Connor, but it's incomplete because it's on the sideline. So now it's a 4th down and 14.
It was just a little outside on the throw from Ruest. It was a tough throw there. It was over the shoulder, kind of had to put it in the breadbasket. It was going to be tough to fit it in over the DB and inbounds, and he was able to do only one of those things, and it results in an incompletion.
So has the down marker not been changed to 4th down, or was I?
Believe it's only 3rd down.
Oh, it is only 3rd down. You're right. No, because it remained. It was 2nd and 14.
Yes, they just had the false start.
Yeah. So 3rd down and 14. Now Ruest takes the snap, looking to the far side. He's going to end up running up the middle. He's going to get a chunky yards. Stiff arm a guy, but not get enough. But he's up to the Washington 49-yard line.
That's the second time already we've seen Ruest take off for himself and get a good chunk of yardage. And it makes it 4th and manageable. And again, you're right about midfield. You're at the Washington 49-yard line. Only, a few yards to get about 3 yards on 4th down. They're going to keep the offense out on the field, and I like that decision with how the offense has looked pretty well so far.
Ruest will take the snap. He'll actually hand it off to Young, but Young's going to get nowhere, and it's going to be a turnover on downs. He'll gain about 1 yard, I think.
It looked like Washington was ready for the run there. Only needed 3 yards. They decided to try to just put it in the gut of the running back and see if he could make it happen, but the sophomore could only get about a yard of 3 that he needed. And Washington has another chance to finally get something going on offense. The Hedgesville defense has been doing a pretty good job so far of containing the single wing attack.
They have done pretty good of that so far here, but it's a scoreless game. 10:03 left in the first half. So Washington now on its own 48-yard line, 1st and 10. We've got another pre-snap penalty here. This time a false start on Washington.
It's first game of the year, Spencer. There's going to be these guys getting out on the field, a little jittery, first time. Some of these guys that are sophomores or juniors, maybe even seniors, could be seeing their first starting action, maybe not their first snaps in varsity play, but these guys are going to have some nerves and some jitters, and that's why you're seeing a lot of false starts on that offensive line, I'd say.
So it'll be first down and 15 on their own 43. In the wing offense here, player coming in motion, but Vrobel's going to throw it, and it's going to have a wide open Brock Meadows, but he's unable to make the catch, just a little overthrown. That was 6. That was a reservation for 6.
Absolutely. Maybe just 1 or 2 yards further on his first pass of the game, so it's not like his arm is very warmed up. We're a whole entire quarter in this game. The last passes he was throwing, maybe he was throwing some passes on the sideline, but I doubt it, what came in pregame. So that arm not loosened up, and that's so tough. He was so open. Sometimes a guy's so open that he's too open.
Second down to 15 now from their own 43-yard line. It'll be a reverse, but the Hedgesville defensive line sniffed that one out. It'll be a loss of yardage here back to the 39-yard line.
Had Brenton Whitmore get in there pretty much immediately on the handoff there, where they tried to get. This is what I was talking about with the Washington offense. Well, how do you stay unpredictable when everyone knows that you're going to run the ball? They do things like that kind of reverse play where the up back, who's normally been blocking on every play, they run the ball his direction, but then they go and they hand it off to him, and he try to go the opposite direction. But it got sniffed out right away by Brenton Whitmore.
Be a 4-yard loss. They'll take the snap on 3rd and 19. They're going to use some more misdirection. Delgado will move it up to about the 42-yard line. They're going to give him the 3 yards back from where he was.
It'll be 4th down.
That'll be 4th down from their own 40. They're going to call it 41.
Again, when you run the ball so much, you get to 3rd and long. Sometimes you just got to run the ball, hope that you can break out a big run, but sometimes you're just playing for field position and to not turn the ball over when your quarterback is not used to throwing the ball a lot in a game.
8:38 left on a running clock in a scoreless first half between Hedgesville and Washington, as we've got a false start penalty on Washington. That's 2 this drive.
And the penalties have just been killing both teams so far. Washington has, even when they're in front of the chains before penalties, they haven't really been able to get a lot going in the run game because of this run defense for the Eagles. But then you throw penalties in the mix, and you're starting from behind already when you get back yourself up 5 yards.
So punting it away from own 36 is Asafa Mensah. That's going to be a punt that's going to land just about it's going to stay in. It's going to drop down to about the 20-yard line. Tanner Matthew has to go over to grab it. The ball that looked like it was going to go out of bounds ended up just staying in and hugging the sideline and getting down, to the 20?
20-yard line, it looks like.
Line.
That ball went to the far side of the field from where we are in the press box. So definitely from here it looked like it was going out of bounds as well. And even Tanner Matthew down on the field thought the same thing. He just let it go. But that ball bounced in bounds and rolled an extra 10 to 15 yards down the field. That's a great punt.
That is a great punt. I want to remind you, second quarter brought to you in part on TV 10 by Sutton & Janelle, attorneys at law, full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg or at suttonandjanelle.com.
So an empty formation here for Ruest.
Yeah, empty formation. Ruest nearly drops the snap. He's looking left. Now he's looking right. He's going to try to scramble around. We've got a flag, and it's going to be a holding. But Tanner Matthews is going to make the catch at the 45-yard line. He's going to get up to the 50-yard line, but I don't think that's going to count.
I think that's a holding penalty all the way. It's going to be a real shame if that comes back because that's a great throw by Jackson Ruest. The hold on the Eagles.
Yeah, you hate to have those happen when you have that was a great scramble by Ruest to continue to buy some time, and he found Tanner Matthew, had the sure hands there to make the catch, but all for naught.
Where there was no defenders, and Ruest was able to make a tough throw kind of across his body a little bit. from left to right. So that's a tough holding penalty, though. That could have been a lot of momentum to get you going for your first points of the game on this drive.
This will be a first down and 22 now after the holding penalty from their own 7-yard line. Ruiz takes the snap. He's going to find a hole. He's going to run. He's going to get up to the 20-yard line. He's going to evade some defenders, get taken down, but the ball is on the ground. Ball is on the ground. I think Washington has it, and they do. Rodrigo Delgado comes up with the fumble recovery.
That's tough. That's really tough for Ruiz because he made another great play with the Hedgesville game plan on offense. Coach Faircloth has told Jackson that if he sees a lane open up in front, take off and get yourself some yards, because that Washington defense is kind of leaving the middle of the field open in that area, leaving that kind of opportunity, but he just has to hold on to the ball there.
So Washington now will get back possession in plus territory here. There a fumble recovery by Rodrigo Delgado. He lines up to the right of Joe Vrobel, as both will have the option to take the snap. It goes to Vrobel. He's going to look out for a pass, and nobody is there. Oh, actually, somebody is there. He's going to make the catch. That looks like, what's that?
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub! Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is Trivia Night, Thursday night is Wing Night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is Steak Night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region, so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. We're now accepting new patients at all 4 convenient locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, and Winchester. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
It was to Delgado.
Welcome back here. Sorry about those technical difficulties, folks, but another touchdown by the Patriots. Rodrigo Delgado, 43-yard hamper for Delgado. Now it's 14-0 Washington.
Of course, unlucky for us as we try to fix our connection issues. There's a touchdown right before we come back, but it was a great run by Delgado to use his speed and get that 43-yard touchdown as the extra point goes through and make it 15-0. Washington kicked an onside kick after their touchdown, and they recovered it. And we had a 9-yard run by Joe Vrobel. They bobbled the next snap, lost 6 yards when it was picked up by Delgado. And then Delgado was able to take it 43 yards to the end zone. And Washington suddenly, just after a handful of plays, it's gone from 0-0 to now a 2-touchdown game in their favor.
Yeah, and those were your 2 scoring drive summaries brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Trusted leadership, real solutions. Be ready for the kickoff. Second quarter also sponsored on TV 10 by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
So it's been some tough breaks here for Hedgesville, but this offense, if they're able to get things going a little bit, they started off looking good. There's still 4.5 minutes left in this first half. That can, without rushing, you can get yourself down the field and get yourself in the end zone. You don't have to take big shots until, you get down to a minute or so, a minute and a half, 2 minutes in your 2-minute drill. But this is enough time. Just run your regular offense. You can kind of matriculate yourself down the field for another score here, try to make it a one-possession game before halftime.
Sofamensa boots it away, this time actually deep. It'll be taken from the ends or from the 5-yard line around the near side, but he's taken down by a host of Washington players at the 20-yard line.
It looked like Braylon Connor was the one that took the kickoff that time. So let's see what the attack is from the Hedgesville offense here. They've been moving the ball pretty well. It's just been turnovers and penalties. And, a couple drops here and there that have, kept them off the board so far. Even though they're down on the scoreboard, I still like what they've been doing so far on offense.
Yeah, 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line here. 4:24 left in the first half. Down 15-0. Similar situation to last year where they fell 20-0.
Yeah, well, you hope for their sake that this doesn't turn into a snowball effect.
Ruiz takes the snap. He throws a screen out to Matthew on the far side. Matthew's able to break some tackles, breaks them even more. He's going to get the first down and more up to the 40-yard line. Great job by Tanner Matthew there to just take defenders off his back.
And that's kind of been their security blanket play so far. That screen pass out to Tanner Matthew is really at least the third time that they've gone to that. And pretty much every time Tanner Matthew has shown that he has great athleticism and can make a play for himself out in open field. And it was 20 yards on that one. So that's, he had a guy strip at the ball there. He lost the ball on one of those previous plays.
Yeah.
But
first down and 10 from their own 41. Ruiz will run it, go to the outside. He's taken down.
Ruiz on the keeper.
Well, Ruiz certainly didn't think he was taken down. He got right back up. But they're going to call him down by contact, his knee hitting the ground there. But that's the first time we've seen a designed quarterback keeper from Ruiz after some of the plays he's been making, scrambling with his legs, turning a pass play into a run play. That's the first time they decided to design a run for him outside of a zone read where he has the option to keep it himself.
Yeah, it'll be a loss of 3 yards there, back to the 38-yard line. Tackle there by Camden Pritt. Second down and 13, 3:05 left on a moving clock in the second quarter. Ruiz takes the snap on the end around. He hands that off to Braylon Connor, and Braylon Connor has the ball taken away, and it'll be another takeaway for this Patriot defense. Brock Meadows ends up with the ball.
Coach Faircloth is not happy with the officials on the side. I couldn't tell, something was off from my view of the play to see what it is exactly he's has contention with the referees, but that's just Hedgesville again. The ball popped right out. The ball security from Hedgesville has not been there so far. That's at least the third time they put the ball on the ground, and it's the second time that Washington's been able to take advantage of it and turn it into a turnover.
Yeah, Washington will start from the plus 48-yard line. Already up 15-0 here. 2:55 left in the first half. The single wing offense that Washington runs under head coach Glenn Simpson. Robo will take the snap, running behind Delgado, but he's taken down in the backfield. This time by Brandon Whitmore, who's really stepped up tonight so far.
Yeah, in the absence of Kyle Whaley, the other starting linebacker that they have there, Whitmore, he has stepped up and made a couple plays in the backfield, and that's been a big reason that this Hedgesville Eagles defense has been able to, for the most part, contain this Washington running attack. But one of the keys to the game that I had before this game was that Hedgesville needed to hold on to the ball because of how Washington can control the clock.
Timeout called by the Patriots.
2nd and 12 now in the Patriots. Call a timeout here. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 back at 60.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Hi, Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium. Spencer Dupuis and Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us here. It'll be a 2nd down and 12 after a 2-yard loss by Joe Vrobel in a 15-0 lead for Washington. 2:16 left in the first half. Delgado takes the snap, fakes the dump off, and he's going to get taken down with a gain of about half a yard. Taken down there.
It was Josh Barrett got in there.
Josh Barrett.
Right at the line, right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe got back that yard or two that they lost on first down. That's a really good play on the defensive line. Again, this Eagles defensive line has looked pretty well. There's been a couple plays here and there where Washington has been able to get out in space on them. But for the most part, they have contained the single wing attack pretty well.
It'll be a no gain officially there, so 3rd down and 12 from midfield. And they're going to get Hedgesville a jump.
Well, it looked like they both moved at the same time.
Levi Faircloth jumped, but it'll call a false start. So it'll back them up 5 yards and make it 3rd down and 15 from their own 45.
So it looked like number 40, David Shepard for Washington, kind of jumped off from that slot wide receiver side on the right side of the quarterback there, as at the same time that Hedgesville was jumping off at defensive end, or it made him jump off at defensive end.
So 3rd down and 17. Vrobel in the backfield there. He's going to fake the pass. He's going to run up the middle, but a host of Eagles defenders there, including Barrett again.
Saw Connor Quinn was in there. 55, Eli Faircloth, the senior, was in there. Just, it did not work at all. The defensive line for the Eagles got in there immediately.
Yeah, that's another timeout. This one taken by head coach Matt Faircloth. We'll take one with him as well. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here. It's a 4th and 18 from their own 44 for Washington. Sophomores will boot it away. Is that Tanner Matthew back there?
It looks like it.
Looks like it. It's hard to tell when he's on this. He's not close to us, but Sophomensa punts it. That'll be a deep punt. It'll go to the far side of the field, and it's going to roll all the way down to, what is that, the 7-yard line? And Matthew's going to take it. He's going to get tackled right away. Might even be inside of the 5.
Well, for an offensive lineman, this guy is one heck of a punter.
Yeah, he's flipping the field almost every single time he's punting.
It doesn't get much better than that. Even someone that be a dedicated punter hopes to have something like that rolled down inside the 10-yard line. They're spotting the ball at the 5-yard line. Tanner Matthew tried to pick that up. That's not the best decision there when you potentially risk.
And he's also placed it really well, because he's had 2 ones that have kind of gone down the right side or the far side of the sideline and stayed in bounds, which is huge here with under a minute left in the first half. 1st and 10 from their own 5. Ruest in the shotgun. He'll take the snap. He's looking to the near side, going deep down the field. And that one to nobody. Closest player there was the defender. That was closest to Cameron Togans, the freshman cornerback being tested tonight.
He tried to get it down the field there to number 13, Braylon Connor, but the throw just really wasn't there. He was kind of forcing it there, tried to get a big play down the field to start this drive and potentially get some points when you only have a minute to do so before halftime. It could have been really ugly there if if Togans for Washington was able to get there a little faster. That's basically a punt that he can catch there.
Ruest again in the shotgun, has two receivers to each side. Down 15-0, 42 seconds left in the first half. He's going to run the ball. No, he's going to still have possession of the ball, and he's going to pass it. Now over to Hunter Turner, it appears. Excuse me. That was Hunter Turner. That's complete. He's able to run around the pocket to get that and put the Eagles in plus territory. Add some yards here. 32.8 seconds left, getting out of bounds, stopping the clock.
That was a good play there by Ruest. He was able to run around the pocket, and he was kind of able to get up towards the line of scrimmage and then run horizontally as to not pass it and have to, not be able to throw the ball anymore.
20 seconds counting. Ruest takes the snap. He nearly gives it away, going deep down the field for Tanner Matthew, and that one almost picked off by Vrobel.
Pass to Matthew is incomplete.
That was another situation there where he's kind of trying to force the ball down the field. There wasn't really anyone open, but he tried to see if he could trust his main guy here tonight, Tanner Matthew, but he just overthrew him a little bit. But at least he overthrew the defender as well.
Yeah, another incomplete ball here for Ruest. Last year, Ruest was 72 of 104 for 832 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks in the passing game. And we've got another timeout here. 12.9 seconds left in the first half, down 15-0. We'll stick it here. This has been quite a bit of a first half. And again, apologies for the technical difficulties. You didn't get to see any of the scores. But Washington has really taken advantage of the miscues that Hedgesville's had.
They have. It's been just Hedgesville hasn't been able to hold on to the football. When they've been holding on to it, they've been able to move the ball down the field. Ruest has looked good running the ball and throwing the ball so far. He's had some plays again on this drive. He's been kind of trying to force it, but it's because, the clock situation, you got to do what you got to do. But when they hold on to the football, they've been able to get the ball down the field on this Patriots defense, but it's just been the turnovers. As
Hedgesville emerges from the huddle to get back and play, I believe under 10 seconds left in the 12.9 seconds left.
So there's only probably, you maybe have 2 plays here. And it looks like they just used their last timeout.
Yep.
So, again, you hope you get out of bounds or get a first down and clock the ball if you need to. But really probably only 2 plays, maybe 3 if you're lucky.
Second down and 10 from their own 32 with 12.9 seconds. Ruest takes the snap. He's looking near sideline to Matthew, but that was overthrown and out of bounds. Vrobel falls down on the play, trying to defend there. 8.4 seconds left, and I believe it's third down. You're hearing the PA announcer say fourth down, but it's third down.
Yeah, third down here after they just had 2 plays ago. That nice play down the field to Braylon Connor. So, again, you only took about 3.5 seconds on that play, as it looks like we're going to get another timeout.
Get Washington's final timeout, I believe.
Timeout called by the Patriots.
And we'll take one with them. We'll be back in 60 seconds. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR Martinsburg.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Third down and 10, 8.4 seconds left in the second half for Hedgesville from their own 32-yard line. Down 15-0. Weston the gang trying to get something here with the final 8 seconds of the first half. He takes the snap, feeling the pressure moving out to the pocket, and he's just going to run out of bounds here with 1.9 seconds left, essentially take a sack.
Yeah, pretty much just using the sideline as a way to get himself down and stop the clock. So they have 2 seconds here. They can run a play if they so choose to. It'll be interesting to see what Coach Faircloth wants to do.
It's fourth down now. The PA announcers definitely screwing me up tonight because it's fourth down just now.
Yes. Fourth down now. So they have this play. It looks like they'll keep the offense out on the field, probably try to throw the ball here since, even though it's fourth down, it's only 2 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the last play of the first half.
And we've got a pre-snap penalty, a delay of game penalty, which will march them back 5 yards. Another 5 yards. So it'll be fourth down and a country mile.
It's almost like they took a while to figure out what they wanted to call there. It looked like the offense was out on the field, but they just weren't lined up and ready in time before the play clock ran out. The 5 yards doesn't make too much of a difference here when you're backed up so far, and it's touchdown or bust.
So final play as the clock winds down. It'll be caught by Christopher Fogel, and he'll get down to right around the first down line. But we're headed into halftime as Washington up 15-0. We will send it down to the sideline. Colin McLaughlin with Matt Faircloth.
All right, guys, thank you. I'm now down here with Coach Faircloth. And, Coach, first half, a lot of penalties, a couple of turnovers. What are you going to go and tell your guys going into the locker room?
Hold on to the ball. Every time we get a drive going, we fumble the ball, not tucking it away. Everything we work on in practice, we're not doing, stupid penalties when we're starting to drive, blocks in the back, holds. It's all it is suck it up and be fundamental.
What about your defense?
Defenses, they've been playing well, a couple big plays there at the end. But other than that, they're playing well. We just got to fix a couple things there on gap scheme stuff.
All right, thank you, Coach Faircloth, and good luck in the second half. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Colin, here as we'll step aside for 2 minutes when we come back. We'll have the Manchester Ferretti halftime show. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
On top of Hedgesville, 15-0 in the CPAC opener. So we begin the halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg. It's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. And Dylan, when you look back at this game, again, apologies with our technical difficulties. Our unit just went out, just froze up in the midst of the first scoring drive and couldn't get it back due to the onside kick, which we'll get into a little bit more here. But it was a very slow start to the game. It just seemed like nobody could get anything going. And then all of a sudden, light turned on for Washington.
Yeah, it was a good start by Hedgesville, really on both sides of the ball, because they were able to slow down the Washington running attack, and then they were starting to get things going on offense. But then whenever they would start to get the momentum going, they would turn the ball over, or they would get some penalties, and it would put them behind the ball, and they just weren't able to convert those long third downs. And then Washington eventually, after the second turnover, they were able to, start with good field position, and they were able to get that first touchdown by Joe Vrobel about 14 yards into the end zone to make it 6-0. They go for 2. They make it 8-0, and then they recover the onside kick right after the touchdown. And then that next drive, it goes 3 plays, and it ends in a 43-yard touchdown by Rodrigo Delgado, and it makes it 15-0. So Washington, they've started to get it going. The way that they run the ball, it's going to be hard for Hedgesville to get back in this game if their defense doesn't step it up big time, because Washington can really control the clock. They can run the ball. If they're going to pop off 5 yards at a time, they can really, get these 6, 7, 8+ play drives, and they can really wind down that play clock after every play, use up that 25 seconds every time. They're going to turn out 6-7 minute drives like nothing, and it's going to be hard for Hedgesville to get back in this game.
Yeah, it definitely will. We heard from head coach Matt Faircloth there with Colin McLaughlin down on the sidelines. Just stupid mistakes.
It really has just been penalties and turnovers. He basically said the same thing I've been saying this whole first half.
And those were his words, not my words. He did say stupid.
Right.
Or dumb. One of those 2 words.
Right. That's what he said, and it's essentially just been that. It's been 3 or 4 times they've put the ball on the ground. They were able to recover one of them, but it's been no matter who it's been. Jackson West had a fumble. Tanner Matthew had a fumble. The guys that have been getting things going on offense through the air and on the ground, it's just they get a little bit going, and then they turn it over, or they have a penalty that puts them behind the ball.
Yeah, so we'll bring you some stats here. First half stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver, 304-671-2158, and we'll give you the stats for those scores.
Yep, we got a 14-yard touchdown run by Joe Vrobel, the quarterback for Washington, and then a 43-yard touchdown run by Rodrigo Delgado, the running back for Washington, that was able to make this a 15-0 ball game. Rodrigo Delgado also ran in the 2-point conversion after Washington had set up for the extra point. Then it was a neutral zone infraction offsides by Hedgesville that moved them half the distance to the goal. And then Washington sends in the 2-point conversion unit, and Delgado ran it in for that 1.5-yard score to make it 8-0 instead of 6. That onside kick, and then a 3-play drive. Delgado 43 yards, and just like that, Washington has the edge going into the second half.
That they do, and we'll step aside for a 2-minute break here on the Mansion Freddie halftime show, and we'll take it back to Eagle School Road with Nick Verzolini. He's back in the studios with the Scoreboard show. We'll be back and hear and see him next. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay. or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome into your Extra Point Halftime Scoreboard Update. I'm your host, Nick Verzolini. Currently, Washington is the leading scoring team in the state of West Virginia. As we pull up the scoreboard for you, no score in any of the games going on right now across the state, but there are some big ones. Cabell Midland taking on George Washington tonight. A big matchup in AAA, one to definitely keep your eye on as the season goes on, because both those teams were playoff teams last year, and they'll be fighting for seeding again this year. Some double A games, going on as well. Man and Logan, no score there between those two teams. And East Fairmont, North Marion, another double A game, no score there. Morgantown, South Charleston, that's an intriguing matchup. South Charleston had a down year last year, but trying to work their way back this year to have a big year. And Morgantown is kind of a team that's been up and down over the years, but the Mohegans were a tough team last year. We'll see if they're going to be tough this year. Liberty, Raleigh, and Independence, no score between those teams. So not a whole lot to report here at the half, but we have games, of course, tomorrow, Friday night. That's when high school football is typically played, and the game we'll have right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 is Salem taking on Martinsburg. Salem coming out of Virginia, a team that went 11-2 a season ago, and the Bulldogs on now this season looking to get its 10th, or their 10th consecutive, or not 10th consecutive, but their 10th state championship. So don't want to miss that one. 6 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. kickoff between Martinsburg and Salem from Martinsburg High School. Spring Mills taking on Mussman. Big EPAC game tomorrow. Spring Mills looking to prove that this year will be a big year for them as they're a young team. And Musselman trying to get back to where they once were, a powerhouse in the state of West Virginia after a 3-7 season a year ago. And Jefferson takes on Millbrook. New starting quarterback for Jefferson, so something to look forward to in that game. An experienced unit around him, running back Evan Toole there as well, so an exciting team returning. Millbrook had a down year last year, 1-9. Can they maybe be a little bit better this year and provide a challenge for Jefferson? You'll have to tune into the halftime, because we want you to tune into the game here. But looking forward to those games tomorrow. And again, our score currently, though, Washington leading Hedgesville 15-0 at the half. And a exciting game, so we want to get you back to that here after this break.
and we'll send it back to Hedgesville High School with Spencer Dupuis and Dylan Bishop on the call. This has been the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here as we got about 6.5 minutes left until we'll get the third quarter going, second half going. Spencer Dupuis and Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Colin McLaughlin down on the sidelines. You'll hear from him with leading head coach for the Patriots, Glenn Simpson, here in a few minutes before the second half kicks off. Cameramen tonight, Colin's helping out with the camera as well. Donald Kinney and Justice Kinney. And back in the studio is Nick Verzolini. Nick Verzolini's back in the studio, and Donna Schaffner producing on site here. Dylan, more analysis from the first half, but we'll actually take it to the second half. What does Hedgesville need to get going here?
Hedgesville needs to hold on to the ball. That's first and foremost. That was one of the keys that I gave before the game, is said that with the way that Washington runs the ball, you're going to have to hold on to the ball, but you cannot minimize your possessions. You have to make sure that you hold on to the ball as much as possible so that you don't let Washington keep getting that ball back and run the clock down with that single wing rushing attack. And I think once they do that, I think they've been doing a pretty good job on defense and offense overall. It's that and the penalties. Turnovers and penalties, if you can cut out those mistakes, like Coach Faircloth said, I thought that before those things really started to take hold and switch the momentum into Washington's favor, I thought that at least in the first quarter, Hedgesville kind of looked like the better team when they, other than the occasional bigger run by Washington. So I think if they can clean up the mistakes, they can get back in this game. Obviously, time is going to start working against them. It's a two-possession game, and Washington's going to try to churn that clock. But the way that they've been passing the ball, Jackson Ruest has, just been a little off here and there. I think you can clean that stuff up, and you can get back in the game.
You definitely can get back in the game, and it's just those mistakes really are the key things that are going the wrong way. I mean, those fumbles and those penalties. If you take those away, it's probably a lot closer of a game, and then it's Washington with that sneaky onside kick recovery.
That really changed things right away. As soon as they took that lead, they got the ball back, and they were able to go and score a quick touchdown just like that. It went from 0-0 to 15-0 in a matter of maybe 5 plays. And it was that quick switch that turned it into the favor of the Patriots, because now they can run their game, they can stay within their game plan and try to control the time of possession in the second half.
as we await Colin McLaughlin trying to interview head coach Glenn Simpson. We will take a 1-minute break and be back in 1 minute. Nick, 1 minute.
Go. If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
To Moon Mall Stadium here as second half approaches. We'll send it down to Colin McLaughlin. He's joined by head coach for the Patriots, who are leading 15-0, Glenn Simpson. Colin, take it away.
Thank you, Spencer and Dylan. As you just said, down here with Coach Glenn Simpson, your team's up 15-0 here at the half. What did you tell them in the locker room?
I told them that it's 0-0. We got to win another half. If we're gonna beat a team as tough as these Hedgesville Eagles, we got to finish the game. So
far, your defense has pitched a shutout, forced a couple turnovers. What have you liked from them so far?
I love the way they're running to the ball. I love their aggressiveness. We've had a couple of breakdowns in the first half, but I think we've coached that up and got that squared away. So I like the way they're playing. They're just getting after it.
All right, thank you, Coach Simpson. Good luck in the second half. Back up to Spencer and Dylan in the press box.
All right, thank you, Colin. Great work down on there, catching up with both head coaches here, going in to halftime and coming out of halftime. And Dylan, it's going to be a battle. He said it's 0-0, head coach Glenn Simpson said. So that's their mentality, and they want to win another half.
Right, that's the mentality you got to tell your guys. You can't let them look at the scoreboard and say, "Oh, we've got 2 touchdowns. We can let it up a little bit. If we give up 1 touchdown, it's not a big deal." From the head coach's perspective, he should be the one person and the rest of his coaching staff that has the score in mind when it comes to clock management, time management. What kind of plays are you calling? Are you running the ball more because you're up? Or what kind of plays are you running? When do you call your timeouts? That's something the coach worries about. You tell your players to go out there, act like it's a tie game, or that you're behind. So it's that they go out there and they play as hard as they can. And if they do that, if they play like they did in the second half, they force more turnovers. If they have been running to the ball and they've been stripping and grabbing at the arms of these Hedgesville players, if they can force more turnovers, it's going to be a huge uphill battle for the Eagles in the second half.
All right, we've got about 40 seconds left in the first half clock. Nick, we're going to take a 30-second break. We'll be back for the second half kickoff after this 30-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on TV 10 WRNR TV on YouTube, as well as Talk Radio WRNR.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why.
Welcome back to Moon Mall Stadium here as we are about to kick off for the second half kickoff. That is brought to you by Mountaineer Grill and Pub, located at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway in Martinsburg. Go there for some great nightlife. Dylan, big second half coming up for these Hedgesville Eagles. They lost in a shutout the last 2 seasons. They don't want it to happen 3 seasons in a row.
Yeah, I think that they can get it done. Obviously, the first half has gone like those last 2 games, but I've liked what I've seen out of the senior quarterback, Jackson Ruest. They are passing the ball so much more than they have before. Faircloth told us that they were going to air it out this year, and we thought maybe that just meant, we're going to pass the ball a little more, maybe, 10%, 20% more than they did before, but it's been a lot of passing the ball. It's been a lot of 4 and 5 wide receiver sets. The absence of Kyle Whaley at running back probably has a good bit to do with that, but even then, this kind of 4 and 5 wide receiver set seems to be the commonplace thing for them. And Jackson Ruest has been able to throw the ball around. He has that big arm on him, and he's able to run the ball. A lot of the running game for Hedgesville so far has been Jackson Ruest himself scrambling around and making plays with his legs, as well as that big, strong left arm of his.
We get ready to kick off for the second half. It's Declan Hall going to kick off for Hedgesville. Back to receive a 3-man tandem back there, including Rodrigo Delgado for Washington.
Now, this is a good break for Washington, having deferred to the second half. Just a personal preference of mine. I like deferring to the second half because you can, manipulate the time at the end of the first half and get that ball.
Do that in Madden?
That is what I like to do in Madden, or whenever I can, Defer to the second half, maybe get a 2-minute drill, score that ball right before halftime, get it back like 2 possessions in a row. So that really is in the favor of Washington.
Declan Hall boots this one away. It's a low kick that will bounce out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. That's not good. That's not how you want to start the second half.
It's exactly how you want to start the second half if you're Washington, to have this 2-touchdown advantage, and you can start getting your running game out there and really, you don't think about clock management as much at the start of the second half, but the way you run the ball, one possession can go for half of a quarter. You can take 6 of this 12 minutes off the clock pretty easily, the way that you run the ball pretty much all the time. We see it on every level of football. Teams like Army and Navy can go and have 14-minute drives. The Ravens, even at the NFL level, can use up a lot of clock on one drive by the amount that they run the ball.
As Washington gets ready to run its first play from scrimmage in the second half from their own 35, first down and 10. And Delgado has it. He's going outside. That's Vrobel. Vrobel going outside. He'll get past the 40, up to the 44-yard line as he runs out of bounds. Solid pickup of 9 yards on the play.
That's just straight up saying give the ball to Vrobel, and he can use his speed to get out to the outside there, and that really worked, a gain of 9. That's exactly what you want to start the second half. I think that Coach Simpson saw that they may be able to take advantage of by using their athleticism. And you might have saw that, and that might be a second half adjustment here. Get the ball out into space horizontally instead of maybe up the middle where you're running into the Faircloths and these guys up on the Hedgesville defensive line.
Second down and 1 from their own 44-yard line. Delgado, I think there was a wrong read in the wing offense, and he's going backwards. He'll be taken down at the 38-yard line. So you go forward to go backward.
It was Darrell Johnson that was the first one to get a hand on him and pretty much immediately met him in the backfield. It did look like there was a wrong turn somewhere on the Washington part of the field there, whether Vrobel, it's hard to say every time who the miscommunication was, because if one guy,
there's so many guys there.
If there's so many moving parts, so many moving parts on the single wing offense. If one guy's in the wrong spot, it can throw everything off, and you don't always tell who it is.
Third down and 6 from their own 39. Snap is botched, and Vrobel is going to have to eat it. He's taken down at his own 20-yard line for a huge loss. Back-to-back big losses. And this Washington defense, maybe Coach Faircloth said something to him going into half.
Maybe he did. I mean, with the way that he did that sideline interview with us, he seemed like he was about to go into that locker room and really tear into his team because of the mistakes that they've used. And he seems like a guy who gets fired up in that locker room when his team is down. And it may work. It certainly worked on that first drive for his defense.
Yeah, 10 yards lost on the play. It'll be 4th down and 16 from their own 29. Sofamenso will boot it away. And another great punt for the sophomore. That one will be caught by, that'll be Martin. Martin's going to run to the outside. He's got some blocks. He's up to the 45, to the 50, down to the 45-40, 35-30, 35-20, 25-20, and he's going to keep going down to the 10-yard line. DeMonte Martin with a big punt return that puts Hedgesville in the red zone.
That is exactly what this Hedgesville team needed coming out of that locker room. We heard in training camp from players and from Coach Faircloth that DeMonte Martin, the sophomore, playing at the varsity level for the first time, was going to be a guy to look out for. They had 2 guys back there, Matthew and Martin, depending on which way the punt went. And that is just great athleticism out in the open field by DeMonte Martin to get around and use his blockers to his advantage. Good blocking by the punt team as well for Hedgesville.
Yeah, ball now spotted at the 10-yard line. He picked it up at his own 30-yard line. So first down and goal for Hedgesville. And Ruiz takes the snap. He finds around the ends outside. He's going to get in the end zone for a touchdown. No, they're going to mark him down at the 1-yard line. A 9-yard run for Jackson Ruiz makes it second down and goal from the 1-yard line.
I like that play from Coach Faircloth, putting it in the hands of your senior quarterback who has used his legs so far. And he really almost powered his way into the end zone. He reached that ball out, but it was a yard short, and they're going to hit. Well, I was going to say they handed it off to him again, but it's another penalty.
It will be an offsides penalty.
It looked like it was just Washington was lined up offside, so when the snap came, there was a difference. So it's only going to move it about a half yard.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to that point, you're going from the blank inch line to the blank inch line.
Yeah, and they are right up against the goal line now. And it looked like that one play was going to work. It was another QB bash up the middle with Jackson Ruiz.
Yeah, Ruiz again takes the snap. Second down and inches from goal. The ball is dropped. They're going to get a penalty here for a false start. So you move it up half an inch. You're going to move it back half an inch.
Well, we saw in the first half that Hedgesville, they get things going, and then they get some penalties or a mistake or a turnover, and it was almost, both in one play there with a penalty and the ball dropping on the ground.
It'll be a 5-yard penalty there, so now it'll be second and goal from the 6-yard line.
That's a big difference there. You're at the 5.5-yard line instead of the half-yard line. So this really does change your play call.
It really does. Ruiz will take the direct snap. He'll try to get around some guys, but he's only going to gain about 2 yards.
This, I think, is where you miss Kyle Whaley, because so far, first down and second down, and even that second down play that didn't count, all three of them were designed QB runs with Ruiz. In that situation, I think if Kyle Whaley is on that field,
they're scoring.
He's absolutely, or he's at the very least getting one of those handoffs on these last three plays, 2 that actually ended up counting.
Play clock down to 10 seconds, 8:36 left in the third quarter here. Third down and goal from the 4-yard line. Another false start. That's 2 in the last 3 plays. Brings it now, it'll be a third and goal from the 9.
Again, they're just doing it to themselves here. They've been able to get things going against the Patriots defense. But again, they got right down to the goal line, and now because of their own mistakes, they're back up to third and goal from the 9 instead of the goal line.
Ruiz takes the snap looking left. He tried to find Martin, but that was just a little behind him.
That's tough.
That's tough. Are you going to go for it here, though?
I don't hate going for it on fourth down here. That pass from Ruiz, it was a little behind him. Martin tried to slow himself down and stop and catch that ball, but it was just a little bit of an awkward angle. I mean,
you're going for it here, obviously.
I think so. If you're down by 2 scores, the way that you really haven't gotten any points up on the board and the way that Washington can control the clock on the other side of the field, you go for it.
Fourth down and goal from the 9-yard line, and we've got another penalty. Another false start penalty.
It's another false start, yep. And it looked like it was a wide receiver this time.
Now you got to kick the field goal.
Yeah, 14 yards is tough. You can keep your offense out there on the field. The way that Ruiz has been throwing the ball, I'm not too worried about Ruiz.
Well, now they're going for it.
Right. I'm not too worried about Ruiz that he can, you won't be able to complete one 14-yard pass here. It is tough, but high school kicking games, a lot of times, it's not great.
Nobody in the backfield. Ruiz takes a snap rolling left. Now he's looking to the right. Nobody's open. He's trying to buy some time. He's going to throw to the corner of the end zone and caught! Caught on 4th and 10. That is caught in the end zone by Braylon Connor on a 4th down and goal from the 14-yard line. And Hedgesville finally gets on the board here.
Braylon Connor has been making plays all game long. And he finally, that was a to senior play there, Ruest. He had so much time there. The Washington couldn't get back to him. He rolled around like he's been doing, and he just made that play. It was a dangerous throw. It got tipped up in the air, but great concentration by Braylon Connor to bring that down.
Kick is down. Ball is in. Kick is down, and it's good. 17-15, or 17-7 now. 15-17, excuse me, as Hedgesville's gotten into the lead, and that was an energetic play. That was an energetic drive, but we'll step aside for a minute break and be back for the kickoff.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Hedgesville gets on the board, makes it 15-7. 7:48 left on that 4-play, 14-yard drive that ended in a 14-yard pass from Jackson Ruest to Braylon Connor. The ball is booted in the air by Declan Hall, and it's fair caught at the 15-yard line by DJ Smith, where Washington will take over at their own 15-yard line. But the 4-play, 14-yard drive, I guess, a lot of penalties in there. That was your scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Baird for State Senate, Trusted Leadership, Real Solutions. All set up by the huge punt return that could be a candidate for the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game.
It certainly could be. DeMonte Martin playing his first snaps out on varsity. We see why he's been talked about in training camp. I think this is where things get interesting for Washington's small roster that they have, because a lot of times you say, well, the defense and special teams was the one that screwed up there. It won't affect the offense. A lot of these guys are the same players that are getting demoralized.
Patriots take their first time out here. And we'll keep it here, but just want to remind everybody, the third quarter is brought to you on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm, Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers. Phone 304-245-6613 or go to skinnerfirm.com. And also brought to you on TV 10 by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Buy your next vehicle online, deliver to you. If you don't like it, they'll take it back. You can go to hagerstownford.com for more. Thank you to our sponsors tonight. But you've got two candidates for some post-game awards. I mean, the electrifying play of the game candidate could be right there. That was a huge play, but also you go back to the first half, and that big touchdown scramble could be a one as well. But then you look back, and Kelly Allstate, good hands catch of the game by Braylon Connor in the end zone for the touchdown to get him on the board.
Absolutely. That was such a good play by Braylon Connor to keep that from hitting the ground in the end zone there. I mean, you can only say so much words. Just look at the play. When we saw it on the replay, that it was such good concentration and a good play by Jackson Ruest to get it there.
Great play by Jackson Ruest to get it there. He ran around the pocket for it felt like forever. But Washington now in possession at their own 15-yard line. Delgado takes the snap, and he is pretty much contained there, but he's still running for a few yards. He'll be eventually stopped, but we've got an injured Patriot, it appears. Number 70.
Number 70, Jaden McCarthy.
Jaden McCarthy, the starting left tackle.
That could be a big loss for Washington.
It could be a big loss, and with that, we'll step aside for a 1-minute break. We'll be back for more high school football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 next. Back in 1 minute.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here as Jaden McCartney, hopefully he's okay, but you see training staffs from both schools out there along with head coach Matt Faircloth and Glenn Simpson for both sides getting the guy up. Hopefully just a cramp, but he looks to be limping.
It could just be a leftover effect from that cramping, but the way they were stretching him out, it looked like it could just be a cramp, but we'll see once he gets to the sideline how quickly he'll come back into the game. The left tackle there, that could be a big loss for Washington there if he's not able to come back into the game very quickly.
We'll have to see who enters for him.
He's walking off the field under his own power, and it seems like he's shaking off whatever was wrong with his leg there, so it looks like cramping is the leading candidate there. So, I mean, it is hot out here. It is still August, so even with the sun down, the heat can still get to you, especially if you're not drinking enough water.
Looks like it could be Stephen Naputi out there. But nonetheless, 2nd down and 9 from their own 16, 7:15 left in the third quarter. Washington up 15-7. They take the snap. Ball goes around the other way to Delgado. Delgado, again, able to gain a couple yards, but not too many. I think maybe 1 yard here.
No, that's not what you want to see on the 2nd down if you're looking to continue this drive. The way that you've been running the ball. Again, we've only seen maybe 2 passes from Joe Vrobel from this Washington offense. So when you get into 3rd and long, so 3rd and 6, 7 or more, it's tough to get running plays that go that long every time.
It is. Now it's a 3rd down and 7. 3rd down and 7 from their own 18-yard line. Gain of about 1.5 to 2. Take the snap, hands it off. Delgado hands it off, but there's a fumble on the play, and it's picked up by Hedgesville. Trying to see who the guy at the bottom of the pile is. It looked
like Andy Darby.
Andy Darby. And things are starting to change here in this ball game, Dylan.
The second half so far has gone exactly the way that Hedgesville has needed it to. You get that big play on special teams by DeMonte Martin. You get a fumble there, and all of a sudden your first 2 drives that you start the second half with are both starting in the red zone. So, again, you are only 19 yards away from the end zone.
Fumble by David Shepard there.
And you get this touchdown, and you have the chance at a 2-point conversion to make this a tie game. Just like that.
Just like that. As another drive starting in plus territory in the red zone as Ruiz will take the snap. It'll be a run play. He gets out of a few tacklers, but he's not able to go maybe gain of 1 on the play.
Again, they've been going back to these design runs by Ruiz. Without Kyle Whaley at running back, that's kind of been their main way of running the ball so far. They've given a couple handoffs to the sophomore Jake Young, and he hasn't looked too bad with the ball in his hands, but they've been really relying on Ruiz.
We've got another injured player on the field. He's trying to get helped up, but he might be down with cramps too.
It looks like another cramp, yeah.
Trying to see who it is, but where he's positioned on the field, obviously, if you're watching on TV 10, you can see. Can't quite see who it is.
It is hard to tell from here, but the way that they're stretching out his leg, it does look like another cramp. So second player in, just a handful of plays that's going down.
That's DeMonte Martin.
DeMonte Martin. That looks like a Washington player for on that side of play. Number 1 for the Patriots is Kobe Prussia.
No, it is Hedgesville.
Is it Hedgesville?
Yeah. DeMonte Martin was over there playing receiver.
I see. Okay. From here, it looked like a white jersey.
I couldn't even see his number. I saw when he moved on our replay up here. But that could be a huge loss in this red zone drive.
That could be, yeah. From, Tanner Matthew has made a lot of big plays for this Hedgesville offense so far. But DeMonte Martin had that big play on special teams, and he's been just as electric so far and athletic.
And that could be a big loss because Martin's the one with that punt return that set up the last score after a few plays. But hopefully it's just a cramp. They're stretching him out down there. And, I mean, it kind of gets to be that point if you're not drinking enough water maybe. You're in the third quarter, and obviously DeMonte Martin, the guy that plays on both sides of the ball.
Right. A lot of these guys for both teams are playing on both sides of the ball, so it's a lot easier to get dehydrated as they carry him off the field. I think just to make it easier for him, because limping around in the style of someone that is cramping up. Although
they're having to carry him off the field now.
Right, they're carrying him off, but you hope the way everything else has suggested it's simply cramping. So hopefully they get him some water and he gets back out on the field.
2nd down and 9 from the 13 now as we'll resume play after a 1-yard carry from Jackson Ruest. Now on the far hash. And he'll take the snap. He'll pitch it over to Young. Young trying to go back the other way, but he's going to get tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Not the best play call.
That's sort of the inexperience there of Jake Young showing there. Just the sophomore. He got into some trouble, and he started to try to reverse course and reverse field and start going east and west instead of just trying to get up the field, north and south direction, try to get just an extra yard or two. Instead, he maybe turns around and maybe loses 1 or 2 yards. And in the end, that can be a big difference because you're looking at 3rd and 12 here, which is going to put a lot in the hands of Jackson Ruest.
It was a 4-yard loss. Excuse me.
And it's an
3-yard loss, and it's picked off by Washington. Picked off by Rodrigo Delgado, and just like that, when momentum seemed to be Hedgesville way, Rodrigo Delgado is saying, not so fast.
Jackson Ruest has made a couple throws like that tonight where the play just kind of wasn't there. The receiver wasn't really open. So far, it hasn't really come back to bite them until now. So other times it's been an overthrow of the defender as well, or the defender wasn't able to get there, or it's out of bounds. But that was the one time Rodrigo Delgado saw it all the way and just jumped in front.
Their last drive ended on a fumble. It's 1st and down from their own 7-yard line. Vrobel takes the snap. He'll run up the gut for about 5 yards. Excuse me, that was Delgado.
That's a good run to start the drive here. Again, that's, we got under 5 minutes left in the third quarter now. We'll see if Washington, the way that they're starting yard line, if this is a long drive, this can go well into the fourth quarter.
It could now with 4:40 left in the third quarter on a rolling clock here with Washington on top. It's 15-7. We've got penalties here, a false start on the Patriots.
False start called against the
Patriots.
Patriots.
That's not the way to get yourself a long drive there with more penalties. Both teams, a lot of false starts here. I think it's those, again, we talked about early season jitters. Now you're starting to get into the second half. Some of that stuff is going to wash away, and now it's just kind of that early season stuff where you don't have a lot of reps out on the field. Maybe your snap counts are a little off. You haven't quite figured out what's going on early into the season every time. So we're seeing some of that stuff play out right now.
2nd down and 10 now from their own 7-yard line, and a scrum now as the Eagles are able to kind of not let much happen there. Maybe a gain of a couple yards.
Again, this Hedgesville defensive line and these linebackers, even without Kyle Whaley at running back and linebacker, they have held up pretty well against this Washington offensive attack, running the ball. It's only been a handful of big runs that Washington's been able to pop off. Otherwise, the Eagles' defensive front 7 has come up pretty big.
2nd down and 11 now from their own 6-yard line. 3rd down and 11 now from their own 6-yard line as Vrobel gets the snap, but he can't go anywhere. He's going to get taken down by that front 4 plus some from Hedgesville.
Look, Josh Barrett was really the one that brought him to the ground there, and that's a great stop by Hedgesville. Again, like we said, the way that Washington runs the ball all the time, if you let them matriculate the ball down the field getting 5 or so yards per pop, that can turn into a 15-play drive. It can turn into 6, 7, 8+ minute drives, and instead 3 and out, and they can get their offense back on the field.
Sofamensa's punting from his own end zone. That one boomed to the 40-yard line. It's going to be great field position, but ball is dropped by Tanner Matthew, but he's able to pick it up and able to get somewhere. He's going to gain up to about, or down to about the 31, 32-yard line. So after dropping it, able to break some tackles and get a few yards there after picking it up around the 39, 40-yard line.
He's slow to get up, or he's not. He hasn't gotten up yet. Or it looks like they picked him up now and he's running off the field. Okay. It took him a few seconds. He laid down there on the ground. I guess he probably took a hard hit right as he was falling to the ground. He might take the first play of this drive off.
That was Joey Stransky. Again, a player that wasn't in the 2 deep this week, but getting some playing time for Coach Matt Faircloth's team. As we'll get a timeout from Hedgesville.
Timeout, Hedgesville.
We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 60 seconds with Washington on top, 15-7. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Here, 2:43 left in the third quarter. Washington on top of Hedgesville, 15-7, but Hedgesville's got another possession here, starting from their own 32-yard line. Ruess will take the snap and will hand it off to Braylon Connor. Connor's going to get back to the line of scrimmage, plus maybe 1 yard there, maybe to the 31.
That was a nice try there, to be able to get the ball out to Braylon Connor, who's been making big plays, but he just wasn't able to get a whole lot going there. For Hedgesville, this is another drive, the third drive in this second half. All 3 of them are starting in positive field position, this time at the 30-yard line, and that's been the worst one so far, as the first 2 started in the red zone.
Yeah, and they really need to take advantage of this one, potentially tie it up or be down by 1 heading into the fourth quarter here with 2 minutes on a running clock left in the third quarter. Ruess will take the snap, and he'll hand it off to Young. Young trying to keep possession of the ball. He does so. He gets to about the 27-yard line.
I don't hate that play there. It's only, they've only handed it off to Jake Young a handful of times, the sophomore there, but he has, he hasn't gotten a lot going. He hasn't broken off any big runs of, 5, 10, 15 or more yards, but he's been making do with what they've given him so far and blocking in the passing game as well.
5-yard run there from Young makes it 3rd down and 4, 1:28 left in the third quarter. Hedgesville driving down, set 15-7, 1:21 left. Ruess bobbles the snap. He looks to his left. He's going to throw, and that one nearly picked off again as receiver, not on the same page, kind of turns around. And if he didn't turn around there, I think he would have been able to see it and get to it.
Maybe, and they've, he got a little bit of a hand on it there from the Washington defender. And they've been running a lot of those rolling pockets, those sort of sprint rollouts, as you might call them, plays with Ruess, where he's kind of running as he's looking to throw the ball, and you're kind of cutting the field in half where he only has to read the left side of the field instead of the entire field, making it a little easier for him, as they're going to stay out with the offense on 4th down.
They're going to go for it, 4th down and 4 from the Patriot 26-yard line. Ruess takes the snap, but Looks like Coach Matt Faircloth called his second timeout of the second half.
It was almost a delay of game.
Now he's only got one left here, and it's not even the fourth quarter yet, Dylan.
That's really tough. I mean,
and you're down by 8.
You're down by a score, and we're not even at the end of the third quarter, and you've only got one timeout left. That's never what you want. It's just a lot of stuff from this Hedgesville team where these mistakes, delay a game should theoretically never happen. You should get your play call right in and get ready and lined up. You have 25 seconds every time. So in theory, it should never happen if your team is prepared and gets out and ready in their stance. The quarterback gets your play in. You should be lined up and ready to go. So Coach Matt Faircloth is definitely down there telling his team right now that they need to, sharpen up. There's mistakes, these false starts that have, killed them from getting these points. Only one touchdown on the board when their offense has been able to get down the field when they're not shooting themselves in the foot with these false start penalties and the occasional holding penalty.
Xavier Kirk now on offense for Hedgesville. On the far side, you've got Connor, Martin, and Matthew. 4th down and 4, Young in the backfield. From their own 27, Ruiz takes the snap, looking left. Now he's looking right. He's going to pass it down deep in the field, and that's going to be caught by Braylon Connor at the 10-yard line. Hedgesville completes a 4th down conversion. Now they're in the red zone.
Braylon Connor has been the security blanket for Jackson Ruiz so far in this game. When he gets in a pinch, you look for number 13, and so far he has come up big, and he's been reliable so far. And now 1st and goal.
17-yard pass from Ruiz to Connor puts them in 1st and goal. Ruiz takes the snap. He's going to run it up the middle. He's going to try to find some room. He'll get down inside the 10 near the 5-yard line.
It looks like the 5 or the 4-yard line there. Again, that's basically been the go-to.
You've got to run a play here. You got 39 seconds left in this quarter. You probably want to score before the quarter's over.
You could, if you want to, yeah. You got to, obviously the play clock, you have to take at least one more snap here, but you would like to go into the 4th quarter when you switch sides of the field. You want to see that score to be a 1-point, 2-point, or a tie game.
Ruiz takes the snap looking left on a screen to Martin. Martin's going to evade some defenders, and he's going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles! Hedgesville now pulls within 2. 15-13, 14.6 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Ruiz to Martin.
It's been a go-to part of the offense for the Eagles so far as those screen passes out to the outside. It's mainly been Tanner Matthew, but this time DeMonte Martin out there, the sophomore, after that big punt return he had, is now making on offense, and he got himself into the end zone.
A touchdown from Ruiz to Martin. Makes it a 2-point game. They're going to go for the field goal to try to make it a 1-point game, and that's through. Hedgesville now down just 1 with 14.6 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. We'll step aside for a 60-second break and come back. We'll have the kickoff next. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. We're now accepting new patients at all 4 convenient locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, and Winchester. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
It's a comeback for the Eagles. It's 15-14 with 14.8 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Kickoff pending here from Declan Hall, and what a change of events this third quarter's been.
Third quarter, you had that red zone interception by Jackson Ruiz, but outside of that, this third quarter has gone about as well as you could hope for the Eagles. They could be in the lead if they didn't have that interception.
Hall will pull the onside kick, but it's going to go out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Coach Matt Faircloth nearly catches it, not happy at all about where that went.
Not at all. I thought it was an interesting decision for them to kick the extra point there when they could have tied it up going for 2. Obviously, you don't expect that to be your last possession of the game, and you think that you can trust your defense. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I thought you would go for 2 there to try to tie the game up. And if you don't get it, you're only down by 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make that much of a difference when, you know, a field goal in a 1 or 2 point game gets you the lead either way.
Well, Washington will start from their own 45-yard line. 14.6 seconds left. Probably just one play from them before the end of the quarter. In the single wing formation. Vrobel takes a snap. He's trying to run outside, and he's going to get taken down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about 1 or 2.
Again, this Hedgesville front 7 has just been flying to the ball, especially in this third quarter.
That will do it for this third quarter. We'll step aside for 1 minute break. When we come back, we're getting to the fourth quarter here on TV 10 and WRNR Martinsburg, back in 60.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region, so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. We're now accepting new patients at all 4 convenient locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, and Winchester. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
You're going for the fourth quarter in what is going to be an exciting fourth quarter with Hedgesville down 1, Washington on top 1. It's second down and 11 from their own 44 for the Patriots.
So it's starting to get interesting for Washington with the momentum going on the side of Hedgesville. Your rushing game hasn't really gotten going really at all in that third quarter. So I wonder if what sort of different things that they go to in this fourth quarter.
And snap taken there by Delgado, and that big line, defensive line of Hedgesville stops them, led by
Ignacio with the ball. Tackled by a host of Eagles.
Darrell Johnson, the senior.
No gain on the play.
It's really been all four guys on that Hedgesville defensive front. Darrell Johnson, Eli and Levi Faircloth, and Josh Barrett.
But we've got an injury on the field. Doesn't look too bad. Coach Matt Faircloth able to get him up. I can't see who that is. It might be, I see 60 or 50. It might be Josh Barrett.
License plate.
No, it's 52. It's his son, Levi Faircloth, the sophomore.
Move your car.
So, like I said, all 4 guys up on that defensive front for Hedgesville, both the Faircloths and Darrell Johnson and Josh Barrett have all just been getting into the backfield for Washington. We talked about how Kyle Whaley, the linebacker for Hedgesville, was missing, and that having a sophomore step up into that spot can, really affect your defense. But if the defensive line is going to step up the way that they do, then the linebackers don't even have to do that much work when the defensive linemen are making tackles in the backfield.
Yeah, and that's big, and that was the question mark we talked about going into the game. Now it's a third down and 11 from their own 44. Here, 11:28 on a rolling clock in this fourth quarter for the Patriots. On top over the Eagles, 15-14 here in the fourth quarter. As the snap is bobbled by Vrobel and taken down in the backfield. That is Connor Quinn.
And Connor Quinn, that's the guy who's not even listed as a starter on the depth chart. He's a guy that's been rotating in with the Faircloths at defensive tackle, and that is another big play for that defensive line. Things have just been moving in the opposite direction of that first half. Hedgesville looked like the better team in the first half, but had too many mistakes. But now they are starting to clean it up at least a little bit to the point where they're getting some points on the board, and they are within striking distance of getting this lead in the fourth quarter.
That could be a candidate for the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game there, as they're forced to punt now of the Patriots. Punt by Asafa Mensah. He sticks that one close to the sideline, taken there by Tanner. Tanner hugging the sideline, and he'll get up to the 35-yard line before he's forced out of bounds, and that's not good. He's holding his hamstring.
Nah, that's not good at all. Well, we'll see how that affects him for the rest of the game, but here's a chance. Jackson West, first game of his senior year. Can he come out here and lead this fourth quarter go-ahead drive to get his team back on top? Again, we talked about the last 2 years of this game. Washington won 49-0 and 20-0.
Yeah.
And we're looking at a one-point game in the fourth quarter.
10:24 left in this ball game. What's been a heck of a ball game so far. So it's 20. They haven't started the play clock yet. So fourth quarter brought to you on TV 10 by the Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. You go to suttonandjanelle.com. Also by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first, Parsons. So we get ready to return to play. The whistle there started the play clock. It's a first down and 10 from their own 37-yard line. The last drive, 6-play, 32-yard drive capped off by Ruest. Touchdown pass on a screen. And that one taken by Ruest, and he's going to get forced out of bounds after a call, but there is a flag on the play.
And it's in the spot of a holding penalty, and that's exactly what the referee signals. So, again, we talk about what has held back Hedgesville from being in the lead in this game. It's been penalties and turnovers.
Yeah, that's big. They'll be now at their own 32-yard line.
We'll see. Again, first down is a tough time to get yourself backed up and behind the chains like that.
25-yard line, excuse me.
So it's first and 20. It's not even, a lot of these penalties have been false starts.
Yeah.
Now that's a holding call, and that's 10 yards. 10 yards from the spot of the foul, too. So it ends
That's
up,
just what I was so used to when I was writing down over here. I was like, it's always just been 5 yards. Nope, was not a 5-yard penalty.
It's been so many false starts.
First down and 22 from the 25-yard line. Ruest takes the snap. No running backs there. He'll look inside. Got a great slant route. Caught there.
Looks like Xavier Kirk.
By Xavier Kirk, who's come into the game to play some offense, usually the starting corner.
So Washington brought 5 there. So they had less guys back in the secondary covering those wide receivers. And Xavier Kirk, he had the corner just kind of playing that soft coverage on him, not up pressing him against the line of scrimmage. So that, slant into the middle of the field was open, and it was just a pitch and catch.
Yeah, that's a 16-yard pass. Makes it 2nd and 6 now from their own 41-yard line. Ruest takes the snap. Screen pass to Matthew. Matthew's able to get to the 45, an inch closer to a first down, but it's still going to be third down now and about 2.
It looked like about a 4-yard gain there. Again, that's been their kind of go-to play, has been Tanner Matthew on a screen call. Probably about 4 plays now that they've run that back with. So, it got them a pretty good call there, a pretty good amount of yards so that they're really close to what they got to do. 3rd and 2. Very manageable.
A 4-yard gain there.
Now it's in a part of the field where normally in the first 3 quarters you go for it. But
Ruest takes the snap. He fakes. He's looking down the sideline to Martin, who was forced out of bounds, and he makes a heck of a catch. But was he the last person to touch it? And are they going to call that an incomplete pass? But I thought he was pushed out.
It did seem like he was pushed out of bounds.
He was definitely pushed out there because I was looking right at the part of the play.
It was a great catch by Martin.
I don't know how you're going to say that he voluntarily went out of bounds. I don't know how you're going to do that.
That's really tough if that's what they're going to end up calling.
And that's what they're going to call. So it's going to be a 4th down and 2.
I guess
they're huddling over there.
So I guess what you would say there is that he did not come back into the field of play at the earliest possible moment.
They're going to give it to him.
There you go. Okay. I like that.
Third down conversion, Ruest.
That's a big play right there.
Yeah, huge play.
And
you go from a fourth down fourth down and 2 to a first down nearly in the red zone.
And that's a big call by the referees there to confer with each other and decide to change that call. That right there, the original call would have made that fourth down. So that changes the entire complexion of this drive.
From their own from the 28, Washington 28-yard line, Young is going to break some tackles when he's handed off the ball.
Tackled by D'Ignazio.
That's a first down right there.
Another first down.
Jake Young, again, when he's only gotten a handful of carries. It hasn't been many. But when he's gotten the ball, he's looked pretty good. He's a bigger guy at running back, a taller guy at least, and especially for a sophomore. He's got some size on him.
In the red zone now, first down and 10 from the Patriots' 17-yard line, 7:49 on the running fourth quarter clock.
It starts to get very
down by 1.
Starts to get very interesting when it comes to the clock and the possessions here.
Ruest takes the snap. He's looking to the far side. He's going to throw an out route pass, and it's dropped just out of the hands.
That was Tanner Matthew. It looked like. That's tough. That's not the first drop that he's had in this game, but that from my angle, just in the press box, that looked like an easy pitch and catch on that corner route going into towards the pylon there. And that's a tough play, just barely out of the reach, not able to corral it all the way. It was a good throw by Jackson Ruest.
Yeah, great throw. And Jackson Ruest last year didn't throw any interceptions, already thrown one this year. But he's looking to throw another touchdown pass.
He only threw about 100 passes last year. He's probably approaching 30 to 40 in this game.
He'll take the snap. He's going to touchdown Eagles.
It was another screen pass out there. And it was Xavier Kirk this time. Number 3, the sophomore.
Screen pass to Kirk, and he runs the rest of the way for a 17-yard touchdown score. And Hedgesville takes the lead 20-15 extra point pending.
He was able to make that corner miss. He was able to make multiple guys miss on that play and just get into the end zone. These Hedgesville wide receivers, when they get the ball in their hands, have been really impressive. Martin, Matthew, Connor, and now Xavier Kirk.
Another touchdown pass by Ruest so far tonight. A 17-yard strike on a screen pass to Kirk, and Kirk did the rest. Now Hedgesville takes the lead here, 20-15, but that field goal extra point is blocked. So a 5-yard, a 5-point lead for Hedgesville. We'll step aside for a 1-minute break. When we come back, we'll have the ensuing kickoff.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back to Moon Mall Stadium here as Hedgesville's taking the lead 20-15, 7:25 left in the ball game. Started at their own 37-yard line, and they got all the way down. Xavier Kirk takes a screen pass 17 yards for the score, extra point block, but still a 5-point lead for Hedgesville.
It's been way different in the second half here for Hedgesville. they've still
been like Coach Faircloth gave him a great speech in the locker room. That one is going to be onside kicked again. Better, but Washington able to pick it up. That's number 19.
Traven McCord. So they're still making a good bit of mistakes on the Hedgesville side. There's false starts and there's holding penalties, but they've limited it enough, and they've limited turnovers enough. You still had that one interception in the third quarter by Jackson Ruest that has limited what they've been able to do on offense, but they're still doing enough. It's really been the defense. The defensive line is slowing down Washington to the point where they can get these extra possessions on offense so that even some mistakes, they can still, have some opportunities.
1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. It'll be a pass attempt. That one caught by Brock Meadows.
And that was Dominic DiGnazio making the pass there.
DiGnazio's pass complete to Meadows.
That's way different than what Washington's been doing all game. They're really they've reached deep into the playbook.
They're trying to get another touchdown here.
Deep into the playbook there to try to get some points up on the board when Hedgesville's gotten 20 unanswered.
That was a great pass to Meadows, but taken down right away. So now it's onto the plus side of the field. Takes the snap. Ball is out, but able to recover it is Washington. Falling on the ball is Delgado, able to get the fumble there.
So it looks like it's simply DiGnazio at quarterback now instead of Joe Vrobel.
Is he hurt, I wonder?
I'm not sure. That could have just been a change made by Coach Simpson.
Try to amp it up here. They're down by 5. Maybe move the offense a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Vrobel wasn't able to, do things that, he hasn't gotten the offense going in the third quarter, so it does look like it's just DiGnazio out on the field.
So a 2nd down and 13. Snap has been taken. That one's an incomplete pass from DiGnazio to Meadows. Or excuse me, that's not Meadows. That is Crutchley.
Chase Crutchley. So, yeah, it's hard. It looks like I was scanning the sideline for Joe Vrobel. It looks like he is out. He is standing on the sideline with his helmet on. So I don't see that as being an injury. This might just be a change of quarterback by Coach Glenn Simpson.
Here, 3rd down and 13 from the Eagles' 33-yard line. 6:27 left in the ball game, and they're running a spread offense right now.
Yep.
As DiGnazio takes the snap, feeling the pressure, he's going to throw to Rodrigo Delgado, who nearly makes the catch with a couple of Eagles in the area. They just changed their offense.
3 out of the 4 plays with DiGnazio in the game have been...
They were running it more out of the wing, though, before, and now that's a straight spread offense.
Yeah, again, 3 of the 4 plays they've run so far on this drive have been passes with Dominic DiGnazio at quarterback instead of Joe Vrobel, and they're going to stay out on 4th down and 13.
They're going to run the spread offense again. You've got 3 to the near side, including Rodrigo Delgado. And DiGnazio takes the snap, feeling the pressure. He's going to throw it to Brock Meadows, and Brock Meadows nearly makes the catch on 4th and 13, but he doesn't. Pass broken up.
And it was Zach Crosco, the corner, the junior, that was there to mess with Meadows on the catch. And that is huge for Hedgesville to get the ball back with the lead with only just over 6 minutes left in the game. If they have a good drive here, they could really, really make it tough for Washington to win this game.
I think the big part about this is Washington is known for their up-front physical wing style of ball where they chew the clock. They only took about 1 minute and 15, 20 seconds off the clock there. Now Hedgesville can add more points here.
Well, they had Joe Vrobel in at quarterback, who is a more athletic guy that was supposed to be running the ball, but the run game hasn't been working.
Russ takes the snap, hands it off to Young. Young to the far side. He's going to break some tackles and get out to about the 41, 42-yard line. And so a gain of 9 or 8 or 9 yards.
That has completely changed the complexion of this game. The Hedgesville defense has really stepped up in the second half. And they played well in the first half. There was just, again, there was those couple plays here and there that they let up big plays.
2nd down and 1 now.
To Washington.
He picked up 8.5 to his own 42-yard line.
And again, they are running down this clock. Only 5 seconds left.
5:30 and counting left in the ball game. Ruiz gets the snap off, and he fakes it. And he's going to take it himself, but he only gets back to the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, the 3rd down and a long 1, a short 2, somewhere in that area. That, I mean, you get a couple first downs if you run the ball like this. Then you can really get this down within 3 minutes, 2 minutes left in the game, and you get in a situation where you can hand the ball back to Washington with 2 minutes left. A team that doesn't pass the ball doesn't really do 2-minute drills passing the ball, or you can just hold it for the rest of the game.
If you're going to take the snap now, they're going to pass on a screen pass again to Matthew. Matthew breaks some tackles. He's to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. No one's going to catch him. Green grass in front of him. Touchdown, Hedgesville! Hedgesville now on top, 26-15. And what a turn of events this second half has been for the Eagles. Another screen pass by Ruiz.
When they've needed to make a play, when they want to make something happen, their go-to has been throw the screen pass to Tanner Matthew. And he's been making plays. He's been getting 5 and 10 yards, maybe even 15 to 20 here and there. That one, he just shot right up the field. No one but green grass in front of him.
Ruiz loves those screen passes.
Really today, it's again an extended handoff almost.
Yeah.
Because you get the ball in the hands of your most athletic, electrifying players. And
that's the candidate for the electrifying play of the game.
It absolutely is. They've almost all been screen passes here, aside from that punt return.
Declan Hall's field goal is on the way, and it's good. 27-15, a 12-point lead for the Eagles over Washington. We'll step aside for a minute break. When we come back, we'll have part of the final 4:30 left in this contest. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here, where Hedgesville has come alive. 27 unanswered points in this second half. Kickoff pending here from Declan Hall, as Washington looks to be a little confused on their kick return. They're going to put 3 men back.
It is this game has completely changed from the first half to the second half. And Washington seems to be frazzled on all 3 phases of the game. Again, they don't have a big roster of guys, so a lot of these guys are playing both sides of the ball. They have to go out there and give up a touchdown and then go right back out on offense. This offense that has been stifled the entire second half, so it can be demoralizing when you're not. It's both sides of the ball.
Declan Hall will kick a squib kick, and Washington can barely hold on to it. They will down it inside of their own 30-yard line at about the 28-29-yard line. But we'll get you that scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Baird for State Senate. Trusted leadership, real solutions. 3-play, 77-yard drive that ended in a 58-yard touchdown pass from Jackson Ruiz. I can't read. Jackson Ruiz had a great pass on that 58-yard pass attempt. 2 minutes off the clock.
That was Tanner Matthews. That he made that play to. Again, all of the wide receivers for this Hedgesville team have been able to make some really good plays. And with the ball in their hand, really just like these dump-offs, and then they go and they make the extra yardage after the catch for themselves.
4:29 now left in the ball game. DiGnasio's going to spread it out. He's going to try to make the pass as Vrobel back in the game as a receiver.
It was DeMonte Martin that was there kind of in the face of Vrobel, kind of gave him a hit there that maybe would be defensive pass interference if the ball were catchable, but it was over the head of Vrobel. So again, Washington down by 2 scores with under 5 minutes to go. They have completely gone away from their
single wing. It's their identity. It's literally their whole identity.
I was about to say they've gone away from their identity. They now have a different quarterback in the game, a 5'9", 158-pound quarterback, Dominic DiGnasio.
He takes the snap again, 4:19, 2nd and 10. He's rolling out, and he's got to throw that one away as the pressure. He was feeling the pressure from that Eagles defense.
This front for Hedgesville has been incredibly impressive. They're pushing around this Washington offensive line, and it's to the point now where it's going to be really tough for Washington to get back into this because, they have gone away completely from what they usually do, and it's their entire game plan. So they're out here probably running plays that they have not practiced nearly as much as the single-wing rushing attack.
So it'll be 3rd down and 10 from their own 28-yard line. 4:15 left in the ball game. Really last chance here. And 3rd down and 10, 4:14 left. DiGnasio is going to complete the pass to the far side of the field, but it's still going to be 4th down. That pass completed to Delgado.
So now that's the other difference is Rodrigo Delgado, usually a running back. He's out there operating as a wide receiver, as is Joe Vrobel, who was a quarterback. And
8-yard gain, 4th and 2.
Another flag.
I don't know what it's for, but it's right here on the near side of the field at the 50.
I see some counting from the referee. I think
Too many men on the field?
He picked
they
it up.
waved it off.
I think he counted 12, but then he just recounted, and then he came up with 11.
Somebody got off the field in time. 3:45 left in this ball game, 4th and 2. Basically, this is the whole game for Washington. They've gone away from their identity. DiGnasio is going to throw the pass, and that one is picked off, incomplete, nearly picked off by Jackson Ruest. But it'll be a turnover on downs, and Jackson Ruest is going to stay out there and be the quarterback.
That would have been the icing on the cake there. Jackson Ruest, after playing so well at quarterback, to get that interception on defense. And, Ruest is listed as the backup star, safety linebacker hybrid, and he's out there getting these snaps on defense now.
This change from first half to second half is incredible.
It really has. I mean, like I said, they've cleaned up the mistakes enough and the penalties and the turnovers enough. They have 1 turnover as opposed to 2 in the second half.
We're going to step aside for a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 back in the 60.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
CMA Honda of Winchester understands supply chain issues in the automotive industry that has significantly reduced dealer inventories of new cars. That's why we have launched Drive More Days now through September 5th. CMA is already committed to never charging over a sticker for our new vehicles, but now, during this special Drive More Days event, customers will also receive a $500 gas card with purchase of a used vehicle. Go buy your used vehicles now at CMA Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward. Welcome back to Moon Mall Stadium here as it's tale of 2 halves for these Hedgesville Eagles. 27 unanswered points here, 3:38 left in the ball game as they're on top by 12, and they have the ball looking to run the clock out.
I would say that the key's been the defense, but 27 points in 1 half is also great.
Ruest takes the snap, he hands it off to Young.
Young on the carry.
Looks like they've taken Ruest out of the game.
They did take Ruest. Is it Harper?
It is. It is Dalton Harper, but it looks like Ruest is coming back into the game. They only took him out for one play. Perhaps Ruest's helmet came off on the last play.
That's probably what it was. 2-yard gain, though, on that play.
They're leaving Harper out on the field, it looks like.
This is an interesting play call. I mean, maybe you don't want to put it on film, though.
It's hard to see what they're doing here. It looks like Ruest is in at tight end. They're a fullback.
This is interesting. So Harper, with 2:56 left, Harper takes a snap. He's going to run the ball. He's going to get about 3 to 4 yards there. And Washington's going to take a timeout with 2:51 left.
It's really poetic what they just did there on that play, Spencer. That looked like the single wing offense.
That did look like the single wing offense. And we will step aside for a quick break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of this game in 1 minute break. Nick, 1 minute break.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Moon Mall Stadium, Spencer Dupuy, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Colin McLaughlin down on the sidelines. Back in the studio, Nick Verzolini, Justice Kenny, along with Donald Kenny running camera, Donna Schaffner running on-site production here. Hedgesville trying to run out the last few minutes of the clock on a 3rd down and 4. Young will get it.
Harper on the carry.
Excuse me, it's Harper on the carry, and I think he gets the first down, and he does.
That's what it looked like.
Maybe they might chain gang it here. No, they're going to call it a first down.
They're just going to tell them to move the chains. So they've gone basically to run out the clock here. They're trying to run pretty much that single wing offense with the backup quarterback, Dalton Harper, in, and kind of they were using Jackson Ruest as sort of that up back, H back.
Well, Harper is a sophomore, so, I'm not too sure. He may have been the starter on the JV freshman last year, and maybe that's what he ran.
That's certainly possible. I mean, he seems pretty comfortable with it on these first couple snaps, and he looks like a guy who you can trust with the ball in his hands. He looks pretty athletic, a smaller guy, but he's pretty quick.
So we've got another timeout here, but, this game could have gone 2 different ways at halftime. It could have been a blowout, or it could have been a tight ball game. Didn't expect 27 unanswered points from the Eagles, though.
Whatever Coach Faircloth said at halftime, it worked.
Hey, well, Colin's going to be joined by him after this ball game. May have to ask. Maybe it's not safe for TV. I don't know.
It might not
TV
be.
And radio. Probably, I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's not safe for TV at all.
1st and 10 at the Patriot 25 here. 2:44 left in the ball game. Harper takes the snap. He's going to run to the near side. He's going to dodge a defender, and he's going to be forced out of bounds. Not too sure why he didn't try to stay in bounds there. But nonetheless, gets a big gain.
The inexperience from the sophomore there running out of bounds. But it's still, you got a pretty good gain there, and they're moving chains again.
First down, Eagles.
They in the red zone. Trying to see where they spot the ball. They do.
It looks like they are at about the 14-yard line.
It's an 11-yard gain on the play on 1st down and 10.
So they're within range of just absolutely putting this game out of reach with another score. It's either that or you can really run almost this down to the end of the game.
Harper is going to do the same exact thing, but he's going to cut back a little bit, and he's going to get taken down
carry for the Eagles.
For a gain of about 2 or 3. Fobble on the stop.
Pickup of about 5 on the
see a lot
of scamper for 5 there and makes it to the 9-yard line.
It's interesting to see him doing this. I wonder if that can lead to him getting some snaps at running back if Kyle Whaley's going to miss more time. And this is a guy.
Hey, Young's had a good night, though.
He has had a good night, but if they were to run the ball enough and kind of give a spell guy, put Dalton Harper back there, he's been doing a good job so far.
2nd and 5 from the Patriots 9-yard line. 1:37 left in the ball game. Hedgesville on top, 27-15. Harper takes it around the outside. He's going to get close
Harper on the carry for the Eagles.
To the 5, but he's pushed out of bounds, and there's a flag on the play.
See what the flag is. Again, it kind of looks like that if Jackson Ruest were ever to go down with injury, they would kind of revert back to that single wing offense because they are comfortable with it. That's what they have kind of run a version of in the past last year with the kind of hybrid way that they were doing it, not quite the way that Washington does. But they have Jackson Ruest out there as a tight end / fullback blocking, and they just want to run the ball down the middle of this Washington offense and run these last couple minutes off the clock.
Minute 19 seconds left, pushes the ball back to the 20-yard line to make it 2nd and 16. Holding penalty. It'll be a run, it'll be a pass. Caught for another touchdown. Darrell Johnson, the defensive lineman, gets in the end zone for the touchdown.
Well, it looks like that was a wrong call by the PA announcer here. It's Kirk, Xavier Kirk.
Xavier Kirk with another touchdown. It's hard to see to that side of the field.
Right, Dalton Harper, they let him throw the ball to see what happens, and then it was Xavier Kirk had some soft coverage on the outside from the corner, and he just runs a slant route into the middle of the field, and it was a pretty easy throw for Dalton Harper there to just get him into the end zone, and that's the 2nd touchdown of the game for Xavier Kirk, the sophomore.
Field goal is up and good, makes it 34-15. Wow, Dylan.
Completely changed from the first half. This Washington defense has just not been able to stop them so far. It's been really impressive.
It's been so impressive. 34 unanswered points.
All in one half. That's with Jackson Ruest in the 3rd quarter, one of the first possessions of the half, throwing an interception pretty much right at the goal line. This could very easily be 40-41-15. And like we said 2 years ago, this was a team that didn't win any games. Last year they won 4. That is a big improvement.
Yeah.
And so far, this team looks like a big improvement on a 4-6 team.
A 7-play, 34-yard drive capped off with that 20-yard pass from Harper to Kirk to make it 33-15. The extra point makes it 34-15. 1:05 left in the ball game. Went from 3:38 to 1:05 off the clock to about 2.5 minutes or so off the clock. You could have taken the play all the way down, but.
So we'll see what Washington wants to do at the end of this game here, but it's pretty much all wrapped up.
Declan Hall will boot it away, and it'll go out. It'll bounce off the hands of the returner and go out of bounds. And luckily it went out of bounds because that would have been trouble.
Right. If he wasn't right by the sideline, that could have just been picked right back up by Hedgesville, and we could be kneeling down for the end of this game. But with a minute left, I mean, it's celebration time on the Eagles sideline.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a great win for them to start the season with.
A huge win. And you got a minute and 4 seconds on your own 14. I mean, you got to continue with this spread offense, right?
It's gotten you a little further than the running game did
in the second half
against this Hedgesville defensive line. Everyone's kind of, second stringers are in for Hedgesville, and I can assume the same for Washington with a minute left in this game. But, again, it was an all-around really good second half for Hedgesville on both sides of the ball, from their wide receivers making plays to the defensive line just absolutely blowing up the single-wing offense.
And we believe we got a penalty here.
A false start.
False start called against the Patriots.
Puts them back to their own 9-yard line now, 2nd and 15.
Now, if you're Washington,
Moves the ball back to about the
this is
10-yard line.
really tough because your identity is running the ball, and you really haven't been able to do it in this game.
Yeah.
It's a team that, you've gone 5-5 the last 2 years. So you're looking to really come out here and make a big statement and build upon that. But Hedgesville has looked great.
And the snap's been taken. Looks like it's going to be Dominic DiGnazzi, and he's going to run it there.
Ignacio with the carry.
He's going to get out to about the original line of scrimmage at the 14-yard line.
So you can probably assume that your next snap here is your last play of the game. So it'll be a big test for Coach Simpson this week going into their next game to see what he tells his team after Hedgesville has pretty much figured them out.
DiGnazzi takes the snap, and he's looking left. He's going to find Rodrigo Delgado, but with a man on top of him, that was Declan Hall getting time there in the secondary here with under 25 seconds left in the ball game. And if this is Hedgesville's game, 34 unanswered points in the second half of the storyline here.
It's the first time we've called Declan Hall's name outside of his kicking duties.
3rd down and 6 here, final play of the game from their own 20-yard line. DiGnazzi takes the snap. He's buying time, and he's looking deep down the middle. And the pass is caught. It's caught by Travin McCord, but time has run out. Hedgesville comes back from 15 down, 34 unanswered points to beat the Patriots, a team they haven't beat in a few years, Dylan.
I mean, like we said, they went from 49-0 2 years ago, losing to this Washington team, 20-0 last year. That's a 29-point difference. They've turned this around into a 19-point victory. I mean, that's a 29-point difference as well, if I'm doing my math right. So, I mean, on both sides of the ball, it's been just great. Jackson West looked really good in this sort of spread offense, completely different from what they've been doing. The wide receivers, Xavier Kirk and Tanner Matthew, DeMonte Martin, and Braylon Connor all getting some really good looks when they had the ball in their hands.
Yeah, some very, very good looks. And not a 2-minuter, Nick. We're going to step aside. We're going to step aside for a 1-minute break and be back, and Colin will be joined down on the sideline by Coach Matt Faircloth and potentially Jackson Ruiz. Stay tuned. 1-minute break. We'll have the postgame show next. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 back in 60.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here. Victorious Hedgesville Eagles will now send it down to the sideline. Colin McLaughlin's got head coach Matt Faircloth along with Jackson Ruiz. Take it away, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer and Dylan. First off, congratulations, guys. Starting off the week 1-0. I'll start with you, Jackson. Just what's the emotion right now going through your head after this big comeback win?
Feels great. We started off sluggish in the first half and came back as best as we could and made it happen.
All right, Coach Faircloth, I'm going to ask you a question that you asked me in the third quarter. You having fun yet?
Oh, without a doubt. We knew what we were capable of. You know, that first half doesn't show it. We're turning the ball over. We're doing crazy stuff. The biggest thing about it is I think in the second half you saw what we're capable of.
I liked what I saw, definitely, and you out there obviously slinging the ball. What changed team mojo-wise during that second half? What was said in that locker room from you guys?
Just not to give up, really. Our deep routes weren't really working, so we started hitting closer, shorter. Things started to work out a lot better.
And then defensively, you guys shut them out in the second half. What changed?
Challenged them. They played well in the first half, but we gave up 2 big plays that shouldn't have happened. You know, when we went into halftime, we challenged them, you know, and at the end of the day, they responded.
All right, anything you guys want to say to the viewers back at home first, Jackson?
Sure. No.
All righty, how about you, Coach?
Hope you enjoyed it.
All right, thank you, guys. We'll send it back up to Spencer and Dylan now. Congrats on the win. Go enjoy it.
All right, thank you, Colin. And what a ball game this was for, Matt Faircloth. When Colin talked to him at halftime, he seemed like he wanted to go in there and just scream. Good things were not happening for his team.
Chances are he did go in there and scream, and that might have been exactly what they needed, because the second half came around and they didn't make nearly as many mistakes, and the defense, like he said, he challenged them at halftime, and they were up to the challenge because they came out and they stuffed this Washington single-wing offense to the point where they had to go away from it. They got down late in the fourth quarter, and they couldn't even run it. They had to pass the ball to get back in this game because it just wasn't working. They changed quarterbacks. It went from Joe Vrobel to Dominic DiGnazio, and it was just an all-around great performance because Ruest was getting the ball out to his electric playmakers on the outside, and they all got into the end zone. And, like I said, in the first half, they looked like the better team, but they were down 15 points at halftime. And then they cleaned some stuff up, they got motivated, and the scoreboard now shows what I think shows that Hedgesville looked like the better team.
And I've been talking about that all week, but got to get this sponsor read in. We're now in the post-game show brought to you by Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. I just had a different feeling about this Hedgesville team coming in to the season. Going out to practice for EPAC All Access. I saw the intensity that practice was. And I was out to a few practices last year, though they were, first week of the season like this and mid-season. But it just had a different feel to me. And I think maybe it was just a sluggish start for them, working off some kinks there. But overall, if you're Coach Matt Faircloth, you're impressed with what your team was able to do in the second half, but you need to go back and obviously fix those mistakes.
They need to clean stuff up. Even in the second half, they still had a lot of false start penalties. They had that interception in the red zone. So there's some stuff that you can build upon. It isn't, 100% all great stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that you can be happy with coming out of this game that, like we've said it a lot. They went from 0 wins to 4 wins. And now what do they do from here? They've gone from 49-0 losing to Washington, 20-0 losing to them, and now they beat them by 19. It's just a very impressive all-around, this growth. I think it's Coach Faircloth, honestly, because this team. I think a football team takes on either the personality of its quarterback or its coach, whatever the stronger personality is. And Coach Faircloth is an intense guy that really knows how to motivate a team. And I think that he is the difference here. He really got his team going in the second half.
He really did. And I think it also we'll kind of get into some post-game stats. Those are brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 South and Inwood, taking care of you like it's nobody's business. I think when you look at the stats, you're going to see big numbers for Jackson or West. But I think, and this is kind of his first year as a true passer, right? He played more in that hybrid style, and we go back to those stats last year. Threw 5 touchdown passes on the season, no picks, and when you look at it, 72 for 104 passes. He had to have easily been up over 30 passes today.
I think it's going to take him 3 games this year to throw as many passes as he threw all of last season.
Did he throw 5 touchdowns today?
I think he threw 4.
4 touchdowns. So he's nearly got the amount of touchdowns he threw all season last year in today's game. But I think it's a compliment to those receivers and the ability for them to dump it off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these touchdowns were just screen passes. Out to Xavier Kirk, to Tanner Matthew, DeMonte Martin. All these guys made plays after the catch. They got those extra yards and got themselves into the end zone. It's a very good thing. It's great for a quarterback. You feel like you have these security blankets that you can go to. You can just throw the ball out. It's like we call it an extended handoff on a screen pass where you're still basically behind the line of scrimmage when you get the ball, and then you have to make a play by yourself. And we saw guys going 10, 20, 30, 40 yards on that one Tanner Matthew play, that these guys get the ball in their hands, and it's electric.
And I think, when you look back at last year's team, Hedgesville-wise, and you compare it to this year, it's just looking at the stats. You're having all new guys really making stats and being the players in this ball game, because out of the 500, I think 832 yards, I don't really think anybody returns that made a lot of catches for Hedgesville. I mean, 155 yards, 13 catches for Greg Creel last year with a touchdown, and it's just crazy to me how now it seems like there's a ton of weapons on this team.
It seems like Tanner Matthews really the only guy that comes back from last year who was probably seen as a big weapon. And, I mean, you had 4 different guys score touchdowns today receiving the ball. 4 touchdown passes for Jackson Ruest. Like he said, he threw 5 all of last year. It's a completely different offense. This is a spread passing offense. And that's a totally different element when you have these guys out on the outside.
It really is. And I don't know if Coach Faircloth just didn't know yet who he was really going to play, but he was really throwing us off with his depth chart tonight. I don't know if some guys look better in practice this weekend. He was like, you know what, I'm going to give you a turn. And Xavier Kirk was not on the 2 deep for receivers.
He wasn't. No, not on the one that I have either. I mean, you and I have 2 different ones. He's not on this one either.
It's the same one. It just looks different.
Yeah, but he obviously saw something.
Joey Starsky, he came in. He wasn't on our 2 deep. So a lot of surprising plays made for this Hedgesville team by surprising players.
Right. I mean, he's a starting corner on defense, so obviously he saw that he had the athleticism. And some of those plays that he was making, again, it was just kind of those screen passes where you say, we'll get the ball out to you pretty much immediately and then go and make some guys miss out in the open field. And his touchdown that he had, his first touchdown, because he scored 2 today, he made 2 guys miss. He had a third guy that almost got him, and it was just these wide receivers making plays in the open field. But Ruest looked good himself. He has a strong arm. He was able to make these plays. He was able to run around himself and make a lot of that rushing attack from Hedgesville today was Jackson Ruest making plays with his own legs rather than handing the ball off. I will say that Jake Young, the sophomore running back who had to step up for Kyle Whaley, he looked good today.
He looked great.
He did.
For what he had to do.
Now, that's the other thing with this Hedgesville team is they are missing their starting running back, Kyle Whaley, who he's,
debatably their leader.
Right.
Besides Jackson Ruest, their defensive leader.
Exactly. They didn't have their main guy, their main linebacker, or their starting running back, and they still put up this performance, basically passing the ball. When Kyle Whaley gets back, we could see this become a balanced attack, and they could be dangerous.
Yeah, this whole game, tale of 2 halves, and looking over to that Washington team who, you projected them to win tonight, I think.
I did.
Colin projected them to win tonight. Nick projected them to win tonight. I didn't project the win because I don't project games when I'm broadcasting them, when I'm doing play-by-play for them. But in my heart, I really thought that this Hedgesville team, it was going to be a good matchup. And I think it was a tale of 2 halves, which I was not expecting. I expected a really good, hard-fought. I mean, Nick was saying all week, this is going to be a low-scoring game. I thought it could maybe get a high-scoring game. And for Hedgesville, they put 34 points on the board.
Like I said at the beginning of this game, it was going to be a litmus test for how the middle of the EPAC was going to look. Which one of these teams was going to step up out of that group in the middle there after Martinsburg, potentially after Jefferson, because we don't know how Jefferson's going to look with their quarterback situation. Which one of those other 4 teams in the EPAC was going to step up and put themselves on another tier above those guys? And Hedgesville absolutely 100% looked like a team that could do that for the rest of the season.
They really did. And, looking back to Washington, they had a stellar first half, taking advantage of the opportunities they were given. And, you don't want to discredit a team like that. And I think Coach Glenn Simpson made an interesting call that seemed to make some movement on the offense.
He did.
For the time being. It didn't overall result in anything. But I think, that got them down the field a little bit.
Right. They kind of out of necessity. Late in the game, they got down by a score. It was about 6-7 minutes left in the game. They had to switch it up and go to Dominic DiGnazio at quarterback instead of Joe Vrobel. Vrobel looks like kind of your rushing quarterback there with Rodrigo Delgado back there in the single wing. And once they got down, especially the way that the run defense for Hedgesville was working in the second half and for most of the game, a change had to be made. They had to do what they could to go out there and get the ball down the field quickly in big chunks. And they were able to do it on the first pass that D'Ignazio threw. He threw a 40-yard pass down the field to his tight end. But it was too little too late. Hedgesville had too much momentum rolling. The defense was too locked in. And, I mean, we could look back at this game at the end of the season, and it could make perfect sense that you lost by this much and gave up that many points to this Hedgesville team. We don't know how much they're going to improve. They looked great in this game. It looked like a team that's going to make a really big improvement on a 4-6 season last year.
Yeah. All right, we've been talking for enough time. Got to pay some bills here. We'll be back for more of the Palace Lounge postgame show. Next, on the other side of this 2-minute break, will be our final segment from the field here with your postgame awards. Again, Hedgesville gets the victory 37-17 over Washington. We'll be back in 2 minutes for the rest of our portion of the postgame show. Then after we come back and we send it off to Nick for his final Extra Point postgame scoreboard show, back in 2 minutes on the Palace Lounge postgame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to Moomaw Stadium here at Hedgesville High School. Hedgesville gets the victory here 34-17 over Washington in the Week 1 Thursday night affair. Spencer Dupuis and Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Colin McLaughlin running camera down the sideline for us tonight, getting some great interviews. Donald Kinney and Justice Kinney helping us out on camera tonight. Donna Schaffner doing a great job executive producing here for us. And Nick Verzolini back in the studio, keeping it locked down for us as usual. We'll now get to our final portion of the pregame show before you do hear from Nick, who's back down in the Eagle School Road studios. Electrifying play of the ball game. There's quite a few tonight. And electrifying play of the ball game brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Cabinets and designer bedding, outdoor living. It is family owned and operated at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. You can go to Orsini's.com. Who is your electrifying play, or what is your electrifying play of the game?
I used the word electric or electrifying a couple times to describe these Hedgesville wide receivers, and the main guy that they threw those screen passes out to was Tanner Matthew, and he had that big, long touchdown to make it 27-15 in the second half.
Could have gone a few ways there.
It could have. There was the Xavier Kirk touchdown to make it 20-15 to take that lead.
There was the punt return.
There was the punt return.
Set up inside the 10.
The punt return by DeMonte Martin. Again, those three guys were just making plays all over the field once they had the ball in their hands.
Yeah, that they were. Now it's the collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, operating superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced, certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. What's your collision of the game?
The big third down stop by Connor Quinn early in the fourth quarter.
That would have been mine if I was in your spot. That was huge because that gave them the momentum to score another touchdown.
It was, and Connor Quinn, not even a starter on this defensive line, coming in and rotating with the Faircloths at defensive tackle. And he came in and he made that big stop, and it was just basically the last nail in the coffin for that Washington offense.
Yeah, final one before we get your player of the game. It's the Kelly's Allstate Good Hands catch of the game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all your insurance needs, you can call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. I think I know where you're going with this. If not, you're really shocking me.
I think it's got to be the touchdown from Braylon Connor that made it 15-7, the first touchdown of the game for Hedgesville.
And he had to come back. He was basically, he turned around and had to come back around because of how Ruest was trying to avoid getting sacked.
Ruest had so much time back there. He was baking a cake back in the backfield and before he threw the ball, and it gets in there. It looked like a dangerous throw that could have been intercepted, but it pops up in the air, and Braylon Connor dives down on the ground and makes the catch, and that was the first touchdown in that 34 unanswered point streak by Hedgesville that put them back in the game, made it a one-possession game.
Great ball game tonight. We'll wrap things up for us here with the player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call Jonathan Bodwell at 304-283-0864. Player of the game, I think, again, we just mentioned his name. It's probably going to be where you're going. Call and talk to him.
It's got to be Jackson Ruest. 4 passing touchdowns in this game. You know, we've been giving a lot of credit to his wide receivers for what they did, but someone's got to get the ball there. 4 touchdowns in this game, and he made a lot of plays with his legs as well. A lot of that running attack was him using his own legs, scrambling around, and then eventually they started to bring in some more design runs for him. And those 4 touchdown passes are only one shy of what he had all of last season. They've turned this team into a spread passing attack, especially with Kyle Whaley at running back missing. To me, Kyle Whaley being out in this game was the thing that made me say, okay, I guess I'll lean into to Washington to win this game. But they just completely changed up the offense, and Ruest stepped up.
I think that's what a lot of our colleagues were thinking, too, in Colin and Nick. When we were talking about this on the show the last couple of days, when I discovered that Whaley wasn't on the depth chart for this week, and I texted Coach Faircloth, and I was like, is this a mistake? And he goes, no, he didn't get cleared this morning. That was yesterday. And I was like, oh, that's big. And, that is huge to me. But, again, Hedgesville comes back, second-half team, 34 unanswered points to beat Washington 34-17. A lot of people to thank tonight. Want to thank great people here at Hedgesville High School for having us here tonight. Athletic Director Joy Van Dyne. Want to thank Donald Kinney along with Justice Kinney, Colin McLaughlin. I want to thank Coach Matt Faircloth, Glenn Simpson for getting us rosters and depth charts this week. Also want to thank our executive producer, Donna Schaffner, and Nick Verzolini, who you're going to hear from momentarily. But signing off for the last time from Hedgesville High School at Moomaw Stadium, where Hedgesville is victorious on their Thursday night EPAC opener against Washington, 34-17. That'll do it for us back here. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Sports Mix and Martinsburg at Salem tomorrow night, 6 p.m., 7 o'clock kickoff, and we'll send it back to Nick after this 2-minute break. Have a great evening, everyone.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We welcome you into the post-game scoreboard show. I'm Nick Verzolini as Hedgesville defeats Washington tonight 34-15. It's 34 unanswered points for the Eagles in the second half to win this ball game tonight over Washington, the one you just witnessed. Some other scores from around the state of West Virginia tonight. Cabell Midland taking on Washington, or George Washington, I should say, 28-21 victory for GW tonight. Logan beating Man 20-7. North Marion defeats East Fairmont 40-19. Morgantown over South Charleston 50-0. And Independence stops Liberty Raleigh 60-0 in that ball game. And some other scores that I couldn't fit into the graphic for you. Down at Single A, Tug Valley pulling off an upset over 2A Shady Springs, 32-21. And Montcalm beating Phelps of Kentucky tonight, 42-6. So those are all of your high school football scores from around the Mountain State tonight. Again, we'll have games tomorrow in the Eastern Panhandle. Spring Mills takes on Musselman. Salem and Martinsburg is, though, the game we have here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We'll have all of the Bulldogs games as usual, and that one should be a fun game. Martinsburg looking for its 10th state championship this year. So the road begins tomorrow against Salem out of Virginia, who's a really good team, went 11-2 a year ago, and are picked 4th in the state of Virginia right now in the preseason rankings. And then Jefferson will play Millbrook. Those are the other EPAC games that still have yet to be played. But Hedgesville starts the year 1-0 with a 34-15 victory over Washington. That will do it for us here at this broadcast. Again, tune in tomorrow, 6 p.m. pregame show for Martinsburg taking on Salem of Virginia. Kickoff is at 7 for Martinsburg High School, so should be a fun matchup for those teams tomorrow night. But once again, here on the Extra Point Scoreboard show, I'm Nick Verzolini, saying so long.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle, attorneys at law. CMA Honda of Winchester. And WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long. Keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.